Okay, welcome to the fourth round of the Rilton Cup 2023. And I'm Tom Wedberg, Grandmaster. And by my side I have a co-host, Jesper Hall.
Yes.
Or Hall, maybe?
Well, depends on which country I'm in. But
And we've had so many good games. Do you have anything to say about today's round? Do we have anything interesting coming up?
Oh, yes. In this round, we have 6 contenders that are in the lead. It is on the first board, we will see Nico Chasin from US play against Kaido Kulauts. And then we have Vupala Praneth against Jair Parkov. And then we have Raja Ritvik against Jali Sokolovsky. And you can say several interesting things about these 3 games. All of those 6 players have got 3 out of 3. But what is interesting is that Kaido, that is well known here in Scandinavia, played here many, many times, and a little bit older player that both Tom and I have played many games against through the years. Older generation. But the other guys, here we can see the new young generation coming up, and Chasin and Praneth, Parkov, Raja, Ritvik, and Jali Sokolovsky. All of them are, 20 years and younger. And of course, so interesting for us in Rilton Cup to see them now in their early stage of their careers and to follow them. And of course, how well will they perform through these 9 rounds? And I usually say that the third round is the round where you can see who is, has got the best form, who is ready to be maybe the Rilton Cup winner of the 51st edition.
Yeah, and now we have the fourth round, but I would say it's still,
yes.
Well, but we have seen something. We have seen that the young guys are coming.
Yes.
And we have actually a couple of 14-year-olds playing on the top boards that we are transmitting. So this is really interesting, and I can see that there are many, many interesting games. We will have a very nice round. And I think we should basically just jump into the games. What do you say?
Yeah, we can just say another thing.
Yeah.
Behind them, those 6 players, now we can see the Swedish players because we were asking ourselves before, where are they?
Yeah.
But here we have both a little bit of the older guys like Erik Blomqvist and Sivuk, and Tigger Hillarp is also a bit down. But then also Joar Östlund and Edvin Trost, who are 2 of the most talented Swedish young players that of course we also want to look at a little bit especially. But
yeah, we will check them,
of course,
as time goes on.
Okay, so let's start.
Yes. So we're gonna dig into the first game. And let's see what's happening. No, maybe we don't have a move actually. So we go down. I can see that something is happening here on board 3.
Yes.
So here we have the Indian player Raja Ritvik. Is he 17 or something like that?
Yes.
Yes. And he plays against Sokolovsky, who I think is maybe even younger than that. We could possibly check that just for safety.
Yes.
So we don't say anything stupid here. So let's check Raja first. Yeah. He was
2004.
Okay.
19.
So he's 19, yeah. And then his opponent from Israel, Sokolovsky. Let's check out him. 2006. So he's 17.
Yes.
So we have a 19 against a 17-year-old, which is quite interesting.
But also interesting is that on board 2 and 3, we have like a little bit of a match between India and Israel.
Yeah.
Because, 4 young players, and both Indian players are playing white. And the Israeli youngsters are playing black. Yeah. So also interesting to see if they have made like a preparation together or whatever would have happened. You never know. That's right.
You never know.
But interesting.
I think all these guys seems to be very focused on their own play, and they are very ambitious. And I doubt that they are seeing this as a team match. But maybe the fans are. The fans are definitely looking at it that way.
And of course, we want to create some kind of tension as well.
Yeah, we do that. Yeah, and we have a delegation of Israeli players and a big delegation of Indian players here in Rilton Cup. Very nice. In the old days, we never saw any Indian players here and no Israeli players either. So It's definitely a nice development for the tournament. So let's look at this game and see what's happening here.
Yes.
So we see the e4 move here from Rilton, and c5, Cecilia, and now this move. So what do you think about that?
No, but we have said this many times, that in these days it is tricky in the openings, because you never know how much support the players have had in the preparation with computers. They've found new moves and so on. So quite common these days is that you try to find a way to avoid the main lines, or at least not the sharpest ones, because you never know what kind of trick you will fall into. And in this position, bishop b5 is maybe not the sharpest move, because then you play d4 and open up like for a classical Sicilian game. But this is more like a positional way to play, and normally it's a longer game with more strategic ideas both for white and black, and it will be interesting to see. Also because in this situation you have different choices as black, how to react to this check on b5. That is a little bit annoying.
Yeah, you have to make a choice. So you can go with the knight if you want to. You can go to d7. You can also go to c6.
Yes.
But then, of course, there is a risk that white at some point takes and you get a double pawn and so on. But in this game, he played the bishop d7. I think it's the most conservative and sort of... It's the safest option for black.
Yes.
And white played c4 here. This is perhaps not the most usual. I think taking on d7 used to be, at least.
Yes.
In the old days, taking was almost obligatory. But he plays c4. Interesting move.
Because also after take on d7, normally black will play queen take d7 to get the knight to c6 to challenge the center a bit, you know.
Yeah. So this would probably be the continuation, and then the knight goes here, and you get all your pieces to the right squares. Maybe you play g6 or you play e6, and you develop and black gets a fairly solid game without too much hassle. I mean,
yes, but
so c4 is a little bit maybe a little bit sharper. Would you say?
Yes, maybe. At least what this illustrates is that one main idea with playing the check on b5 is to play on the white squares, to take control of the white squares. And this is what you do with bishop b5. You want to swap off this white squared bishop of black, but then you also need really to hold down e6 d5, for example, or let the pawns be on the same color as the bishop on f8. Yeah. And with c4, it is interesting, because what happens if you take on b5, you take with a pawn, then it is not possible to go with the knight to c6 that I said was the common stuff after taking on d7 and queen take d7. So here, you know, even though it's a double pawn, it makes its job by keeping the knight away from c6. So it's interesting. I cannot say that I have analyzed this position, but at least the ideas are quite clear to me.
It's a bit similar to the Bogo Indian, where you play bishop b4 check, and then when bishop d2 comes, you play c5. You know this line. So we're not going to look at that now. It will be too much, but we can just say that he didn't take on c5 on b5. If black takes, it becomes positionally more complex and not so easy to navigate. But he plays a very solid move here. He plays just knight f6. Knight c3, g6, just continue, and finally white took. Yeah,
the question is in this position is how long can you wait? You know, because maybe even knight c6 would come soon.
And I think the idea with c4 is not so much, there is a sort of, you accept taking with the pawn, but the idea is not to wait forever. The idea is to put the knight behind the pawn, right?
Yes.
Yeah. And white has done that, so he can, so that the delay is part of the plan, so to speak.
Yeah, that's right.
But I think we should maybe jump, because we cannot say so much about this. So
what you could say is that what is happening now is that white has got a bit of a grip in the center, but as you have swapped off a piece, then this space advantage for white is not so important as if you had all the pieces left behind. So in that sense, quite equal, but a long fight will normally arise after this type of opening.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think there were at least I've seen some game with Magnus against Anand from this position. Maybe it was even in a World Championship match. I don't remember clearly, but it's quite interesting. So let's go back to the first board. Now we have some moves, but not much has happened here.
No.
I don't think we should comment on this.
This.
So we go to the second board, and here is a little bit more.
Okay.
So we can see that in both these Indian-Israeli games, we have the Sicilian. So quite interesting. Okay.
But he didn't choose
No.
the check on b5.
No, no. Here we see the open. And we get the Najdorf.
And this is, this is also when you see Najdorf like this, because it's obviously that the Israeli players had prepared this, I guess, for these games.
Yeah.
And this is one of the sharpest lines that we have in chess, and there are so many possibilities how to put out the pieces. And for me, again, what line to choose?
Yeah.
And how tough can you be in this position? And, also White has started to try out new ways of developing with h3 and, just to avoid all of those theory lines.
Yeah, we can just sort of show all the moves that White can play in this position. Bobby Fischer, he used to play this bishop move here.
To c4, yes.
Yeah, not so popular anymore, but it's still played. This move is actually also one of Fischer's favorites. And then, of course, we have the most played move, I would say, the bishop g5, which is perhaps the most sharp move. But there are many other moves. For instance, bishop e3, very popular, actually. You could also play a move like a4.
Yes.
Very positional move. I've actually played it. But then we have move like a3. you see sometimes. Also like queen d3.
Exactly.
Or maybe bishop d3. But in this game we actually, and I also seen that nowadays they play this move.
I've seen that as well, yes. The idea is, of course, just to get out of theory and start to play a game of chess. That's
but it's
the
kind
basics.
of logical. You want to play g4, so.
Yeah.
But in this game, we actually see I would say maybe the most classical move of all.
That's what I felt at home when I saw this move, because this was the stuff that I analyzed when I was young. This was the main line, and you try to see all these fantastic games that was played by the masters by then. A little bit slower approach for White, but can be a lot of danger in it. What is interesting with this compared to the other lines is that it can either be very sharp, but a little bit, in 10 moves or 15 moves or so, or it can actually be quite positional.
Yeah.
So it opens up for different types of play.
Definitely. So here we see e5. You could, of course, play like e6. But then I think you can actually play g4 if you want to. You can play sharp. So I think e5 is considered to be the main test of this bishop e2, right? And then you might wonder, well, what about this square? Isn't that weak? But Black's plan is to try to play d5 at some point.
And also, that the only way to stop that would be maybe to put a knight on d5, and then when you take it away, the whole is away.
Yeah, right.
So that is the strategic idea, and a little bit like we bespoke earlier on, Tom, in other positions, one weakness is you can normally handle. And that might not matter so much.
No.
But if they're going to be more holes, then be more problematic.
Still, this is in this position. I think this is the sort of big strategic fight, the d5 square.
Yes.
If Black is allowed to just play bishop e6 and d5 and exchange, usually that is quite okay for Black.
Yes.
And nothing to be worried about. Anyway, let's see what happens. So bishop e7 was played. Bishop e3. There are many moves you can play here, but also many transpositions. You can come to the same position from many ways. Bishop e6 was played here, and now White played knight d5.
Okay.
Which perhaps is not the most usual move. I think castling is the classical move, And then you can play with bishop f3 and so on.
The classical way to play is like castling, play f4, put the bishop on f3, play a4, and a little bit more strategic game against this with e5. And there are so much theory on this, of course, from the old days. And as white does not play it so much, normally black has got a way to equalize more or less. Otherwise it would have been played more often, I guess. So this is a new approach in a way.
Yeah, you could say that. Of course, there is you might think, oh, a pawn. But it's not so good to take this pawn because we have a little bit of a tickle here. And then we go in with this. The knight will go here. And
it's a double check. And the fork, and you will win the rook on a8.
We take something here.
Yes.
So this is not so good. So knight bd7, very natural move. And now we see queen d3. So...
and of course, this is something they have prepared. It is a way to play this position, not the most common. And of course, that is also something that white has got in as an idea. It is to try to avoid the most common lines and so on. But you should know that all of these games have been played before. Also by really strong players. So, of course, black is well prepared for this as well.
There is nothing new under the sun here.
No.
This has been played before, even by Magnus has played this with white. So it's... and this might be an inspiration for the younger guys, of course, to try to play the same as the... But I think with computers, we see that there are so many opening lines that they were not played before because... people had some idea that, well, it was against some principle or something, but you don't think so much about principles nowadays. You find out, this move works with the computer, so you play it.
Exactly.
So,
and also just to diverge from the normal stuff, so you do not fall into any preparations. And even though the position might be equal, considered by the computer or so on, if you get a position where you have analyzed it, where you have checked it up, it can be a very good choice. So let's move on.
We have a few more moves actually in this game. So we can see that the computer says this is an equal game. But an equal game with almost all pieces left. It doesn't matter what the computer says.
But what is interesting, as it is white who has chosen a little bit unusual path, to take a look at how much has black prepared for this. And you can see that black has actually not spent any time at all on the position. That means that black is well prepared for this opening.
Sure.
And also because otherwise you would probably have started to think when knight d5 came, So,
but you can also say that the black moves here are the sort of main moves that you always play if you can. I mean,
true.
You want to put the bishops on e6 and e7. You want to have the knight on d7 and f6, or maybe c6. But usually it's better on d7. You have the c file and so on, and maybe b5 at some point. So let's see what happened. So he took with the bishop.
Because if you take with a knight, you can say that it's a trap of the bishop on
you have a slight
d6.
problem with this guy here because it cannot go anywhere.
So you win a piece.
So this is actually lost. I think. Well, I think maybe you can play e4, but you lose a pawn at least. So bishop d5, ed, rook c8, c4.
Yes.
And the castles.
And what is interesting with this position is that we have now the bishop pair for white.
Yep.
And you have the extra pawn on the queen side, and the black idea here, I would say, is two main ideas normally for black. It is to play f5 if possible, or maybe also to swap off the black squared bishops. If possible. So a move like knight e8 or something like that might come to activate both ideas. For white, you can actually play, I think, as it is, you have the pair of bishops, you can actually play on both sides in a way. Normally that's what you try to do. Because you want to, then your bishops will be stronger than the two knights. So it will be interesting to see how white will continue, because you can choose, I think, a little bit different paths here.
Yeah, you can get the same pawn formation in the center in the Sveshnikov variation. If white chooses to play the knight to d5 and there is an exchange, you can get this And usually in those lines, white tries to somehow, play moves like a3, b4, maybe try to push through c5. Would be very nice. Black, on the other hand, has to find some usually you cannot really counterplay on the queen side. It's in some Sicilian games, black attacks with c b5. You cannot really. So black tries to get this move going and maybe even play this and push up the knight here and then play f4 and bring all the pieces to the king side and get a very nice attack.
So in a way, because black in this position played
a5.
So the black idea is more just to stop and be static on the queen side, and then in the long run go for push on the king side.
Yeah.
But that's what I mean with what should white do now? Because like you said, you maybe you think it's logical to go for like to a3 and b4, like you mentioned from the Sveshnikov, but it's also possible to play the way white plays now to actually challenge.
He played the rook ae1.
And that in one way it looks very strange, because you put the rook on. There are two bishops in front of it, but this might be the best place anyway, because
one idea could be at some point maybe you retreat some of one bishop. Maybe you could even do something like this and maybe play f4 and so on and try to get some attack. So this would be a possibility. And as far as I can see, black played a4 here.
That's a committing move.
Yeah.
I sometimes you just play b6 and knight c5 or something like that, or you try to, again, like I said, with a5, you also would be very happy to swap off the black squared bishops, because then your pawn on a5 would be on the right color.
So actually this position we have now here on the board has been played. I can see it has been played in master games, elo-rated games. 12 times, and in all these games black played this move, g6.
Interesting.
With probably the idea to maybe play knight e8, knight g7, f5 and so on, and play according to the plans we mentioned. But in this game we find we get a new move.
So here we have probably the preparation.
This could be a preparation because he has used almost no time.
No, but actually at 128 he had 133 the move before.
Okay, so maybe he thought for a while.
So maybe this is the first move, thinking for himself, or it is a preparation, and that is of course a key question, because like I said, a4 is a committing move because the pawn might be weak on a4. Like you said, with bishop d1, I guess he plays knight to c2, d2 or something like that. And then you play your bishop to d1, c2. Then there might be, that you have some problems with a pawn on.
And it's not always, if you want to block the white pawns, it's not certain that it's better to move your own pawns forward too much.
No.
It might be better to be on a5 to block, because now after the knight moves, white can easily play b4, and you probably have to take, and white takes back, and you haven't really blocked anything.
No.
So I'm not...
I think this looks, for me, at least this is, for me, it would be a difficult move to play, because I would be a little bit afraid that might be a weakness. I think you have said it many times so far.
Yes.
Pawns cannot move backward.
Oh yeah, you're right.
Yes. So and that is a problem, that now you will have this pawn on a4, and the question is it a weakness or is it something that can actually...
Yeah, when I started playing, we had the big hero in Swedish chess was Ulf Andersson.
Of course.
And he always moved the pawns one step at a time. I don't think he ever moved the pawn twice.
Okay.
No, but he really followed this principle because he valued, all the ideas, and he didn't want to lose the opportunity, to keep a pawn. He didn't want to weaken his position. Anyway, I think a4 is an interesting move, and I think maybe black is planning some other plan. He might go for some queen a5, knight c5. Maybe you have... Let's say, I don't know where white is going, but let's say we go back here. Maybe you can just play knights here, and maybe this knight can go back like this. Maybe the queen can go here. I don't know. Maybe.
I also thought about, queen a5, bishop d8, and b6 with the bishop. That is another way to try to swap off this black.
That's also very advanced.
Yes. But we'll see.
Yeah, you do that in some opening. But I think it's time to move on.
Yes.
And so we go to
the third game of those with full points.
And here we have again an Indian player on the white side and an Israeli player on the black side. And we had an exchange on d7. And he took with the knight. He could have taken with the queen, of course. He took with the knight. d3, bishop g7.
Yeah, interesting here is that, you could play d4, of course, and then c take d4, knight take d4, and you have this classical center. But with the bishops swapped off, black has got, even though less space, the bishop on g7 is not bad, and I think it's no real problem for black in that type of position. So white plays more slowly, simply putting the pawns on the right color in a way, compared to your own bishop.
Yeah.
But
it's a perfectly playable
yes
way, and d4 can always be played. I mean, it's something you can wait with. So he chooses a slower approach. Also, when you play d4 early, you can have some problems with the c pawn.
Exactly.
The black bishop here gets very strong, so there could be problems also. So anyway, h3 was played.
Because
very cautious.
But also because bishop e3, that is a normal
Probably,
move.
yeah.
Then knight g4, knight e5. Because I think that black would be happy to put the knight on f6 on c6. Because then you have control of d4 and so on. So with h3 also outrule that possibility.
So you would like to move this guy here to this square.
Yes.
If it was possible to make this move, you would play it.
Yes, exactly. And that's what I mean with if bishop e3 would have come, knight g4, and then knight e5, and then you are ready to go to c6.
Right. Because you want to control this square if you can. So bishop e3, and then there was a6. Normal move, you want to play b5 at some point, maybe. And then queen d2. So white is playing a little bit of hide and seek here. He's not castling. He's not showing his intentions. Do you think he's actually planning to castle queenside?
I don't think so. But actually, with this type of structure, what you could think about is actually to stay with the king in the center.
Oh,
that could be a possibility. But the normal choice would be to castle short side. But of course with queen d2, well, that's the normal square for the queen, so why not play it first and let the opponent think about where to put the white king. Bishop h6, is the classical idea if you want to go for an attack.
Yeah.
But, a lot of pieces already swapped off, or the bishop is swapped off, and with bishop h6 a new one will be swapped off. So, okay. I think it's absolutely.
So you don't think this is an idea?
It would surprise me.
It would surprise me too. But sometimes you get these hyper aggressive guys. They just want to attack. And one way I remember when I was a junior, I always tried to wait with my castling. I wanted to castle the other way so I could storm with my pawns.
Of course.
Yeah, and this is still a possibility for white. So maybe black is starting to think, he will play g4 and h4, and it could be dangerous. But on the other hand, I think if white castled here, black would quickly start attacking here, and he has this still this excellent bishop. But of course, after you exchange bishops, maybe you could think about it.
Okay, let's look.
But I don't think he will.
Yes, but at least it seems like they are both out of theory, because they have started to think a bit. So they are on their own. Yeah. And sometimes people get creative. We'll see what's happening.
I think this position here is not really a theoretical position. It has to feel that it's some new territory, and both of them are using quite a lot of time. So I think we're in for a very interesting fight here.
I hope so.
Yeah, breaking new ground. Okay, so let's go to board 4.
Time for the Swedes.
And here we have Erik Blomqvist. And I think he's only playing chess. I think he's also a chess teacher, so I don't think he's has any other obligations, so to speak. So he's actually very focused on chess. And he's playing in the Swedish national team.
He has won the Swedish championship 2 times.
Yes, he has had many great successes. He hasn't had quite the breakthrough like Nils Grandelius, not quite. But
he's a good grandmaster, you know.
Yeah,
a bit over
strong.
25 normally.
Yeah,
playing on this level, and
very strong.
Yeah, so
and very well prepared in the openings. Excellent preparation usually. So let's have a look at this game. So he's playing against this very young. So I think maybe we should just check him up, because I've forgotten what we said about him. So let's see here. We have to go to round number 4, and we have to check him out here. Yeah.
No.
This guy is 25 years old, so he's a little bit younger than Eric. I think Eric is like maybe 31 or 32, maybe 33 actually. He's actually approaching the top best age for chess players. It's 35.
So we've heard.
Yeah.
I thought it was 52, but that was...
No, it's 70 actually.
Okay. I'm just checking. Okay. Of course, that is our age, as you understand. Yes. Okay.
We're just joking. Okay, let's go to the game. And we have an interesting opening here. It's the Spanish. Yesterday we saw this the Jenisch gambit.
Yes.
This line. And here we get sort of the same, but a little bit different, because A6 here and F5.
Interesting.
Yeah. I think theory says that D4 is the best move for white here, but white plays the D3 line.
This is also, you know, typical sometimes for professional players who has got more time to prepare and so on, while those strong amateurs that you must say that the white player is, normally this type of a little bit, you know, sidelines sometimes kind of slipped out of their their repertoire. So you could try to trick them a little bit with this type of, because what is the difference in a Jenisch gambit, for example, when the A6 pawn is played instead of when the bishop is on B5?
We can just show that because it's kind of interesting, because if you play F5 here and white plays D4, it's not considered to be so good, because black takes, knight takes, take, and then black has this C6 move. And if you move the bishop, there is a queen check here.
And take the pawn.
And then you take the pawn. So in this position after C6, the best move for white is to sack a piece with this. And you play this. I played it both with black and white. Several games, actually.
You have?
Yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah. I played it. But I would say that it's if you follow the main lines, it's about equal game. Equal game. Maybe even slightly better for black. I'm not sure. But something like that. But then the big difference now, when you played A6.
Now this is outruled. This
is outruled, because after F5 you can easily play D4. Because after take, there is no C6 threatening the bishop with this queen A5. And then this position is just very good for white. But I've seen here in Stockholm, we have a guy, Martin Lokander, and he has played this. He played actually this against Ferdinand in the Lag-DM just, like a couple of months ago. And he got a winning position, but then Ferdinand managed to turn it all around in the time pressure. But that's another
white
question.
plays safe here.
Yeah, he plays D3, which is also, of course, fully playable. It's interesting that Eric plays this line. I wonder if he has been analyzing together with Martin Lokander.
Could be.
Yeah, it wouldn't
quite
be,
often that is the case.
I would not be so surprised, because this line was not considered to be very good.
And you should also know that Martin Lokander, he is a quite strong international master and specialized on openings, I would say. He has written books about openings and so on. So very good in this area.
So I think we can sort of sense that there is some very deep preparation. And that's the thing. In the old days, we said, yeah, this is not so good, but we didn't have any computers. How could we say something like that?
Yes.
But today they can analyze everything and say, yeah, there is a move here. You know, you can still play this.
And of course, this is what has happened with the computers, is that they actually showed that these, like, what do you say, generalizing strategic ideas that we come up with before, they found that there are unique solutions that, you know, outruling this classical way of thinking that we did before. So it's, in that sense, it has enriched chess in many ways, the computers.
We had all these good rules of thumb that we used, and they were so good. You know, you shouldn't.
At least we thought. At least we thought so.
Yeah. Yes. And now everything is exceptions. The rules never apply.
Yes.
Okay, but D3. We said that yesterday, and we say now when Black plays F5, D3 cannot be bad. I mean, it's maybe not the sharpest, but it's definitely okay. So Black exchanged, knight F6, knight C3. Bishop b4, castling, and now Black gives up his bishop pair with an exchange, castles.
But of course, you get, instead of that, you get, you know, this damaged structure for white with 3 islands, pawn islands, and not the least double pawn on the C file. So
the Black idea here is maybe just to play this pawn here.
Yes.
And then maybe at some point bishop goes here. Maybe the queen comes around, goes here, or maybe here.
But I think that white needs to do something here, because if d6 is played in this position, then I think Black has got quite a good game, because you need to do something here before this happens. You know, that's my feeling.
Yeah, it's so solid. And after this exchange on c3, I don't know, maybe after bishop b4 you didn't have, maybe there was some other move here, I don't know. Maybe it's not so easy.
But the question was, why didn't he play take on c3, next move, after what happened here, it was Castle. Why didn't you take on c3 and play d6 here? Was it because of bishop b3 maybe?
Maybe this move, yeah, that's one of the ideas.
And now you have the embarrassing knight take e4 and queen d5.
Yeah, we have this. Let's look at before, that just to remember again. Yeah, we have the terrible threat of mate here, and you also threaten the knight, so it doesn't work.
No, so but the other thing after bishop b3 is of course that now you need to. So instead, after bishop b3, if you play d6, then you cannot castle short side. That is what you want to do. So that's probably why Erik was choosing.
Yeah, so he chose this, and then white immediately took here and took the pawn.
Okay. And now it is 2 double pawns on the C file, and it's fairly equal, I guess, because Black will win back the pawn on e4.
Yeah, we can just look at the move he played. He played queen e8, Erik, and
it looks good.
Very basic, just take back the pawn.
But most important is that actually, because the problem for Black was that you couldn't play d6 because the pawn on c6 was hanging. And with queen e8, that's why it's better than queen e7. Yeah. Because then you are ready to play like d6 and get it back. You know. Is this the game?
Yeah, 93. And to me, it looks like Black is maybe a little bit better now.
Because of the pressure against f2 and the double c pawn. Yeah, maybe.
Maybe not f2, because white can always play bishop e3. But I'm just thinking that maybe this pawn formation, white's pawn formation, is more damaged than Black's. And
it's more like, you know, the open f file is always nice to have in this.
Because you could see, probably you should take here, maybe take with the queen, but then later you can play d6, and then you can play c5, and you have this c7, d6. And the bishop can come on some good square, maybe on c6 or b7 or something. White can play maybe, but no, I prefer Black here.
Yeah, I think that there is also one rule, that is that when you play middle games with different colored bishops, the attacks can be very strong. Yeah. And in this position, the feeling is that it is Black who has got better prospects for an attack, because that's what you normally want, because it's like you said, the bishop on b7, c5, and so on.
Where is this bishop going?
Yes.
I mean, once black has played these moves.
Yes. Should you try to play c4 and bishop to b2? Should you just wanted to put it on e3?
You can put it on e3,
but it's not doing so much on e3.
Probably you will end up with the bishop on d2 maybe, or something like that. Maybe you play f3 at some point just to prevent. I mean, black is not winning here, but
no, it's easier to play again.
Again, we have this: who has the easier game? And I for black, if I had this with white, I would be uncomfortable. But where do I put my pieces?
Yes,
I don't know. Maybe you can put the bishop on g3.
Yes,
but even there, it won't be very effective. It won't do anything.
But still, it is at least protecting the king, so that could be a possibility anyway. But
he played rook e1. Maybe he wants to try something on e7 or something. I don't know. White has to find some active play here. Correct. Okay, so let's go to the next game.
So at least it looks quite okay for Erik in this game.
Yeah, I think the opening has been a success. Somehow he tricked the opponent a little bit. The opponent did not go into the critical line. He should have played d4 if he wanted to prove something. And now he went for this, and it looks perfectly okay for black. I always feel very happy if I can get something like this. You get your opponent out of the preparations, and you have a decent position. Maybe Erik has actually looked at this. We don't know.
Maybe.
But he has used quite a lot of time, so probably not. Let's go to the next game. And here we have our new Swedish champion.
Yes.
Vitaly Sivuk from Ukraine. And he's now... I don't know if he's a Swedish national yet. I think, but he's registered for Sweden.
Maybe I was wrong with that, because I think I said that he was a Swedish citizen, but maybe not.
I don't think he is.
But he's originally from Ukraine.
Yes.
And he has moved to Sweden. But he is playing a lot, all the time, more or less. He's playing in all type of tournaments.
Yeah.
So he's touring around Europe, you could say.
He's traveling a lot. Yeah. But we have seen him playing in Sweden in different tournaments, and he seems to be very strong. He's like 31 or something like that.
Something like that.
Yeah.
What is interesting is that he has been almost a 2-6 player before, but now is under 2-5. So it's like he had a bad year, which of course is you can understand due to the circumstances of Ukraine and so on. But maybe he's soon back on his normal level, if you put it this way. Yeah. What was interesting with this game, because this I actually witnessed.
Should we look at it?
I think this is quite interesting, because here, when you play like Vitaly is doing against a player of lower rating, the lower rated player could have, according to your old club friend who wrote this marvelous book, Simon Webb. He wrote that you have two strategies to go for. Either you try to equalize the game, so that there is no play, or you want to create a little bit of chaos, because then they will be worried, if you do like that, And we can see the strategy that Black is trying to go for in this game.
Yeah, he had this idea that Simon had this idea that you should sort of randomize the game to try to induce some blunder from your opponent. If you have a very slow positional game, the stronger player will win much more often than if it's a tactical skirmish.
Also because they are afraid of, this type of attacks, that you cannot calculate everything. They might try to do something else than do that. So let's see.
So this is actually the Tarrasch variation. And after this, you could take back. I mean, this I would say is the most normal move here. The most, but Black plays another line. I don't think this is considered to be so good because of this check here.
Yes.
Queen takes.
But I can tell you that Black was moving very fast in this.
This is the so-called Hennig Skara Gambit or something like that, or Skara Hennig Gambit. Isn't that?
I don't know the name.
I think it's something like that. It's an old gambit, and black just gives a pawn, and now the plan is to just move all the pieces out, and hopefully catch white somehow.
And the problem is normally that white will, black will not win in any way quickly, but what will happen is that white will get quite cramped.
Yeah. Okay.
And if you do not know what to do, then black will slowly be building up an attack. So in that sense, this is a little bit, and also because this is an old variation, it is a little bit, I would feel a bit uncomfortable, to play it, because
you don't want to end up in this position without any preparations.
No.
So let's see what happened. So in the game, black of course played knight f6, attacking, and he played the queen back. I think taking the pawn here on b7 is not a very good plan.
I think you can both knight c6.
I think just knight out, and you suddenly threaten to come jumping here or jumping here, and this
rook b8 and knight b4. Yeah, there are many dangerous stuff here. Yeah.
So it's very important not to try to take. White already have a material advantage, so he doesn't need to take a lot of more pawns. Bishop c5, knight f3, castles, e3.
Yes.
And this is the problem for white. Once you play this move, the bishop is a little bit
exactly
bad. Yeah. So then
that's what I mean. This is quite often what is happening, even though black is not, that you are behind with one pawn, but white gets a bit cramped, and this is the compensation that you have. And the question is if white can find of course, the strategy for white is normally to try to swap off as many pieces as possible and win the end game. Black will try to avoid that.
Yeah.
And one thing also for black is that as you have lost a pawn, you also have more open files for your rooks and so on. So, yeah, okay.
So queen e7 was played. Bishop e2. Knight c6, castles. Rook fd8, queen b3.
And here, of course, also, because what you would like to do normally is to play like b3, bishop b2, and, just to develop the bishop on this long diagonal from b2 to g7 or f6, something like that. But the problem is, again, that now with rook d8, the queen was on the same file. The queen now moves to b3. And the bishop on c1 is the main problem in a way. Yeah.
If white just could develop this bishop, maybe have it on g5, play rook fd1, rook ac1. Of course, black has nothing. But this position has actually occurred just a couple of years ago between Dinglire and Grishuk. They had this position. So
interesting.
But I don't think it was a classical game. I think it was some sort of blitz game or rapid game or something like that. So we shouldn't think too much about that. But in that game, I think they played something like a6 or bishop f5. But here he played knight e5, which seems to be, at least in rated games, a new move.
Okay, so maybe this is a preparation then, or is it?
It could be. On the other hand,
is this the position, or
this is the position.
Okay.
On the other hand, he has already used up.
Yeah, because the thing was that for the first, I think 10 or 11, 12 moves, black had 135 on the clock. So obviously he has been thinking for a lot the last moves here. So he's out of preparation, and this is a little bit surprising because I don't think that white moves have been strange in a way. So here you should have had better prepared if you play this kind of gambit.
But sometimes the preparation is just that that I should play bishop c5, queen e7, knight c6. Black has just made all the normal moves. And when you come to this position, you have already done all the normal moves, so to speak.
Maybe.
And now you suddenly have to think more concretely, and you cannot remember all the games and all the variations. And so you have to... I don't like knight e5 much.
No, it's a bit strange.
Because I don't think he should exchange pieces here. So I would prefer some other move. I don't know which. One natural move to me would be to move this bishop.
Yes.
What's it doing there?
Well, to g4 or to f5.
You could go here, for instance, or maybe you could even go, as you say, maybe even go here. It's also possible
to put pressure, and that's why I was also thinking about this rook to d8 because I was not sure where the rooks should be. That's the classical problem, because you have 3 open files. Should it be on the E file, the D file, or the C file? So you have to choose 2 of them, but it was not obvious which one that was the best, because if you go for an attack on the king, on the king's side, normally you want it to be on E8 instead of D8.
Right.
So,
but there is an interesting move here, A6. It's a nice trick, because if queen takes here...
You have knight to A5, yes.
I have this move. I don't know, is this possible? Well, then you can go back. Maybe you
but
should...
this is not so clear. Then you go to G3 or something like that.
Maybe instead of knight A5, maybe you just play this.
Or the other rook.
Maybe this one.
And then bishop D6.
Yeah. There we have it. So
There is better.
So the queen is trapped, because if you can play a move like A6 and maybe even B5,
then you can put on some more pressure. Yes.
because if you could, let's say you play A6,
Maybe
and you could play B4 like
yes.
B5.
Maybe knight A4. Is that possible? So after A6,
Sorry,
I thought.
Yeah.
I just thought to go
Knight
for
here.
this. I don't know, but well, okay, bishop A6.
But
no, it's not so clear. I agree. I just thought that the knight could
White could have taken on B7 before, and he went down to D1, and to use a lot of time to go. I think black in a position like this shouldn't be so afraid of the pawn. I mean, that's not what you play for.
I agree.
So maybe something like this. I don't know. It looks this looks very interesting. But knight E5. Maybe there is something concrete going on, something that is good. I mean, if you can get this bishop
exactly, that's what he wants, of course,
and so on. Okay, knight D4. That was a bit surprising.
Yes,
I don't think I would have played that.
No way. No way. But it looks to me a bit strange again, because you should have a chance here to do something, but I don't know.
It's very tricky, but knight D4.
The idea with this
it gives black some, because now suddenly the knight is of course good on E5.
Yes.
Yeah. So it looks.
And of course also you move away one of the defenders of the king's side. So.
Yeah. We'll see what happens here. This is very intricate, and anything could happen in this game.
But in one way, what I like with this is that this younger, this more, this underdog is playing tough chess. This is what you want to see,
But
if
Rakesh, was he 25 or something? I mean, he wasn't so young.
No, not so young. But compared to okay.
Or was it? I don't remember. We have to check. You forget. There are so many players.
So many Indians.
Yeah, and so many young guys. So we'll just have to check. Yeah, he's actually 22, not 25 that I said, but 22. So,
but still, he wants to have, to challenge this more experienced player, and this is nice when people take the chance to do that, not just go for try to find a draw.
I think it's an excellent opening to play, and if you have just looked at it, you come well prepared. Then you enjoy it with white, because you know where to go and you know the ideas. But in any other case, I think you would have preferred to play something else, because it's a bit annoying.
Yes.
When your opponent attacks you in the opening like this.
I suggest that we follow 2 more games, because I have then the 2 Swedish talents that I think it's interesting to follow. You are very well, and I have trained him sometimes as well. But mainly I know Edvin quite a lot. You know.
So you are, I think he's 18 years old now. He managed to win the Swedish Junior Championship this summer.
Yes, and this means in Sweden that you will have something fantastic to happen this summer.
Yeah, now next year, it's actually the next year, in a couple of days. He will play in the championship group.
Yes.
In the Swedish Championship. So he will play against the best players, like I don't know if Nils is playing, but Eric will surely play, Pia might play, and so on.
Maybe. It is the 10 best players of Sweden. At least it's the idea that they should.
They should be the 10 strongest players. There are qualification rules and so on and so forth, but he will get to play the best, and he could become the Swedish champion. He would probably play against this Vitali Sivuk.
for example.
Yeah.
And the idea with this is, of course, that the Swedish Chess Federation wants to encourage young players, and give them the chance. And through the years, we have seen all of those junior champions coming up and get this experience of playing in the highest group, because not so many has played in this kind of all systems and so on. So it's a great chance, of course. 9 rounds of very hard fights every day. So let's see, what have we got in this game? Because it's playing...
we should also mention that this guy, Leonardo Costa, FIDE master from Germany with 2472, he's 15 years old, and he's a super talent.
Yes.
Obviously. So it's a tough game. Joar is a little bit older, but I would say that Costa maybe is a little bit ahead. When you look at the ratings.
Yes.
But I know that Joar is going very quickly up in his rating. So let's see the game. So e4, e5. So we have a little bit of Sicilians and a little bit of Spanish today. And now we see this, the Smyslov variation.
And this is something you have prepared together?
No, I wouldn't say so, because we haven't really prepared. I mean, I show games and we talk about games. We have looked at this G6 move, and we have seen some games and so on. But he prepares the exact lines he's going to play himself. But I know that he plays this and he has played it before. It's actually quite a good move. One of Black's better sidelines, you could say. I mean, the main lines in this position are, of course, this one. This is the classical, or the Berlin.
F6,
These are the two big ones. But then after that, you have the G6 line, you have the Janisch Gambit, and so on, and yeah. So let's see.
Yes.
So in this position, G6, and here, I think castling is maybe the most played move for white, but you can also play this C3. And it was interesting. I played the game not so long ago, a couple of months ago, and in this position, my opponent played a move that I had never seen before.
With Black?
Yeah.
Bishop H6.
He played F5.
In
this position.
Oh my! And you took, I hope.
No, I don't remember.
Take and play D4. It must be.
I think if I take, I'm not sure, but I think he
sacrifice
plays
maybe.
E4. I think, and that's actually not so good for white. I think I played D4 in this position. It was actually Carl Friedrich Johansson. You know him.
Yes, I know him very well.
Yeah.
Okay.
And this is his special line, and I had never seen it before. But very interesting. That's just show you there are so many opening lines. But Joar didn't play that move. He played Bishop G7, which is very normal. D4. Take.
Yes.
A6. Bishop A4. B5. Bishop C2. And D5.
And this is all theory, I guess?
This has been played before. Nakamura has played this, and I know that if white takes here, I think the move is this. And black wants to establish a strong knight on D5.
Of course.
And pressure this pawn. Black has some weakness here with B5, but sometimes you can put the bishop on B7. You could go here, or the bishop can come here. The knight usually takes here. And it's
a little bit unusual in one sense.
Yeah.
But so in that in that sense, it could be good for black to play this way, because then if white is not prepared. Maybe like you were, I think you won this game against Carl Friedrich, if I remember correctly. I won in the end, but it was not so clear.
It was an extremely unclear, and I think at one point I was completely lost, actually. But time pressure.
And experience, maybe.
Time pressure.
Okay.
Anyway, so Bishop G5 was played in this game.
That's of course, and looks quite as a good move to my eye. Because you do not want to play F6 in this position with black, because then you're or at least or at least it's a commitment to have played F6.
Yeah, he actually played F6.
I saw that.
There is a little problem here, because if you put the knight somewhere, you get this pin, and then your position gets you get under pressure. You will be pressurized. So he played f6 in this, but I think this is a move here. It must be a move. I mean, it looks very normal. We can see Niels against Nihal Sarin, a game in this line. Niels won against Sarin, so this is not unknown territory. But you are played this move. Yeah, and it might be a preparation. I don't know. We haven't seen.
To my eye, it looks strange. F6.
Yeah, it's an ugly move, as we say.
Yes, that's a way to phrase it. You know?
Yeah, because what are you going to do? Are you going to? But on the other hand, if black anyway maybe plans to play f5, or something, I don't think I would have played this move. But
no, bishop e3
anyway,
or
bishop e3, yeah, knight e7, knight c3, logical moves. Now there was castling.
Castling
and then castling, yes. And you are took on e4.
Took on this one.
Yeah.
Okay, also this I would be a little bit worried about.
I think the idea must be to play maybe f5, f4, aggressive.
But in this position, what about bishop b3 check and take on e4 with the knight?
Yeah.
Because then you have this knight to c5. I think that looks a bit annoying because now there is no possibility to put the knight on
d5.
Yeah, well, okay, maybe he wants to take on e4. Of course, maybe he must play knight a5 maybe in this position. I don't know. Can you put this here?
Well, of course, the c file. But maybe you can switch this down here and, try to bolster this knight. Could be possible. I don't know.
Could be possible. You're right. Okay. I was just... Okay, so you can also... and if you take with the bishop, then you probably play, like you said, f5 or what?
I don't know. Wait, let's see. Can you play this?
Because this looks interesting. Also to get the check with the queen on b3.
Yeah, you can check a little bit.
And then, I don't know. Take on c6 and then play knight g5 is nothing, I guess. Huh? Then can you maybe even play f4,
Yeah, maybe you can even do this.
Okay.
But these lines are very tricky because if you make a false move here for either side,
yeah, that's right.
It can be just over. And white is not without weaknesses. This problem, this d4 knight pawn can be a problem. But I mean, in general, I think white is better, slightly better. But finding the right moves is not so easy. So we'll see what happens. This could be a really interesting game going forward.
I would prefer to play white in this position, no doubt. Yeah. Also because I think this, also this with just to put a knight on c5 or weaknesses and so on. And if you just watch out for this f5 idea, because after take on e4, knight to c5, you do not want to take on e3, do you?
In general, no, because then the d4 is
protected,
well protected. But of course, maybe at some point you do it anyway. I mean, it's not impossible.
No, okay. So I think he is, but we'll see. Maybe he's well prepared. You are. I don't know how good he is in the openings normally. How much he prepares.
He prepares quite a lot. We analyzed one of his games. It was some Queen's Gambit, and he had preparations, all the way through the middle game. And I was actually quite impressed because I'd never seen the line before in my life. So no, he can be very well prepared. I'm not saying he's always well prepared in every line. Who can be that? But in general, he's very ambitious, and I would say that I would guess that he has prepared this. At least.
Let's look at the time. No, but look at the time. Yeah, he's already been thinking a lot. So. I wouldn't say that.
There could be, maybe white did something that he hadn't really looked at. Maybe this bishop g5 move, I don't know. This move, maybe he didn't look at that.
Yeah, because f6 was...
is
strange, but...
Yeah, because there are other moves here. You could take on d5, you can castle and so on. There are many moves. And then bishop, Yeah. The sidelines can be different. Let's go to Edwin.
Yes, Edwin Trost.
So tell us about him.
Yeah, well, Edwin is 16 years old, and he actually just became international master.
Yeah.
He has been the most promising Swedish player for many years now, actually. I think he was it 12 years old or something like that when he won the Bullet, 1 minute Swedish.
Okay.
Of course, not super serious, but
Yeah,
still, if
yeah,
you're 12 years
mhm.
old, it's not bad.
That's very good.
And I have been having with him a lot to do because both I've been training him in Team Sweden when I was in charge of that,
Yeah.
but also now in the Level Up program he has been part of that. The last year he has moved to Spain to go to the Swedish school in Madrid, and I spoke to him a bit. He said it was great and so on, but that also means that the studies take some time. But he is playing a lot because that he has always done. And what happens with these players who play a lot is that they get very tough at the board. And this Edvin, because he has played a lot since he was very young, so you can see that he's super cool by the board, and takes his chances. Good practical player in that sense,
Yeah.
So no,
Yeah,
it's
that's my
good.
impression. I don't know him so well, but from what I've seen, he's a good fighter and he's not afraid of anything when he plays and so on. So let's see. He plays against this Jordanov. I think this was a Bulgarian guy, but just to be sure, we should check.
Yeah, please.
So let's see here. Let's go to the round. Now we have Trost against Jordanov. And he's 22 years old.
From Bulgaria.
From Bulgaria. Okay, very good.
It's actually quite interesting with Bulgaria because they have had some internal problems in their federation.
Yeah,
and
they
so
didn't
on.
have a federation for a while.
No, there have been big conflicts that this happens sometimes in federations. But because I was participating in the last European Chess Union Congress, the General Assembly, because I am working for the European Chess Union, and it seems like now they are on. It's like hopefully they can come back because they had a fantastic generation with Topalov and with Sheparinov and many strong players. A little bit that has been destroyed by these conflicts, but now hopefully they are back.
Okay.
So maybe this is one of those players that could be something.
So here we have the Trompovsky,
Yes.
and
And this is,
E6.
E4 is the main line in this.
yeah. I personally I don't like this E6 move at all for black.
Okay, but this was the classical way to refute White's play before.
Like Karpov played E6, but
And it was very, very popular in many years,
Yeah, it was popular, but the problem with it is that you give White the center, and you get the bishop pair with black, but you have a very cramped position.
Yeah. As I play this with White, I'm normally very happy when they play C6.
So yes. Personally I prefer C5.
Yes.
Or D5.
Yes. But of course, also now there have been, C6 has been tested. They have like G6 is possible.
There's knight E4.
Knight E4. So there are many possibilities, and I can tell you as I play this, I think most of them are actually equalizing the position. But of course, what is happening is that White normally has got some tricks in their sleeves and their specialities and so on.
Yeah.
So black can be a little bit afraid of that normally,
Yeah.
Okay,
so E6,
E4,
Karpov's variation, E4, H6, and now the problem is that you have to exchange the bishop for the knight, because if you move away here like this, then there will be G5, bishop G3, and then the pawn drops.
Exactly.
So you have to take on F6, and black takes with the queen, of course. And now you play, you can play knight C3.
And this is interesting moment because, before they always, they're playing with this with G6 and D6 and B6 and so on. But what happened was that when Anand played this against, I think it was against Karpov when he became world champion and so on. He was waiting with pushing the pawn to G6, because when instead he wanted to play the pawn to g5 to get more activity, and actually it's been very difficult for white to show anything against that. So if you play the knight to f3, that's the point. But if you instead white started to play bishop c4, knight e2, and if g5 comes, and this is what Anand did as well, then you castle short side and can play f4 to do a hit for that one. Instead, what has been very popular is bishop b4 in this position.
Yes.
And that is also, I would say, quite equal, but it's at least a little bit different structure, and there's a lot of play that will be happening after this move. So,
in this game, you can say black obliged by playing g6, which is not the most critical move, maybe, I don't know.
No, it's not. I would be very happy to play this with white now. Because
so we can see that the evaluation bar here gives already white plus almost a pawn, not quite, but still. And this is what I don't like for black.
No, I would play queen d2 in this position for sure, just to wait a little bit. But I could see that Edwin took the chance to push with e5, and this is actually quite common as well. That you do this, not the least when the pawn is on g6, because now you can follow up with f4. So in a way that's logical, and yes, queen d2.
And now g5, but now it's
one move later.
One move later, and white can
knight f3
create some problems.
I would play knight f3 here. I think.
Well, he went for long.
Okay, that's good.
Gf still. And knight f3. I guess if you take, then there is queen g5.
No, knight f3 is very good here.
Yeah. But I mean, just to show the audience that suddenly black can actually get into an ending, which could be
white is still better, I think.
White is better, but then maybe you ease the problems, because in this position it's difficult to castle kingside. Maybe you have to do it, but then white has a ready.
But also white
attack.
is maybe already now threatening to play d5.
Also,
just to go for it, because you're so much faster in the development. So you can go for a hit here if if black plays like b6 or something like that, you go for d5 probably. This
is even worse than I remember this line, because
but he has played g6 was not a good move. So but so probably d5 is only move here.
Yeah, you cannot wait forever. I mean, and if he would castle in this position, it looks just like a complete catastrophe.
Yeah, that's very dangerous.
So d5, and white took here.
Yeah, that is an interesting moment, because here normally when d5 comes, you can actually choose also with white to play more strategic. To play like maybe knight e2, knight to take on f4, and then go for threatening to play knight to h5 and so on. Can also be quite a good idea to play this slow, but of course. When it's a little bit provoking, the black plays, so then you want to go play faster and harder. And then in that sense, you of course should analyze to take on d6. But the drawback with that is that then it opens up a little bit, and the bishop on g7 might be a very strong piece.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. I played so many white sides of the French defense, and this looks like a lovely French defense for white.
Exactly.
Because so the immediate reaction here for me would be to move the knight.
Yes.
Here. And then to go here, put the knight on f4, maybe play h4, maybe later even go with g4.
Yes.
And I think black has to play h5 or something.
Yes, and you have the weakness on.
But then everything is weak, and white can just play on and move your king away and so on, and it will be not very nice to be. So I'm a bit surprised by this move. Let's see.
But don't forget, it is tough. Now Edwin is tough.
Yeah.
So because there are weaknesses. Because look at this also. If it takes with the queen, you will get an extra tempo with your knight. Yeah. There is this weakness also to protect. How to protect the d? For example, if it plays c take d6, queen take f4, knight b5 is actually very annoying and. So
the computer says that white already has
almost
winning advantage, and actually it says that the best move here is to take on d6. So
yes,
of course, knight e2 is also very good, no doubt about that.
Of course. No, but like I said, you know,
Yeah.
that would be the strategic solution
Yeah.
that we suggested, and
Yeah.
Edvin is going for the quick win.
Yeah, and queen takes f4.
And now,
in castle.
yeah, well, that was the only choice. You know, because you know you cannot wait.
There are threats like knight b5 or knight e4 here. I mean, if you get your knight to, let's say, to here, then you start threatening d6. So in the game there was queen takes f4.
And you can see the time that
Castles.
black, you know, has got already been thinking much more than Edvin, so he's a bit uncomfortable with the situation. So at least you can say this has not been a preparation. This can be for sure, you know.
No, that's obvious. I don't think it's a preparation for Edvin either, because black has played so strangely.
But what you could say here that could complicate matters a little bit for white is, of course, and this has happened to me also when I played this kind of Trompovsky, is that, you know, should you go for the center because you have an open e file, you have attractive moves like knight to d5 and attacks like that, or should you go for g4, h4, g5 and this classical way to go for the black king?
Yeah.
And you know, if you choose the wrong one, your advantage might disappear, you know, if you do not find it. But
If black is given a few moves here, he will start maybe pushing e5, maybe going knight c6 and so on. Suddenly the bishops are out and the rooks are coming to the center, and white's advantage is maybe not so big anymore, maybe it's even worse. So you have to play exact here. So in the game there was rook e1.
Yeah, I was actually a bit surprised when I saw this move.
Yeah. It's not favored by the computer. We see that the evaluation bar drops immediately after this move. I think, what would you play? Bishop d3 looks like a normal move.
Exactly. What I thought about was bishop d3. It's either, what I would start to think about is either to go for g4, to go the classical way, or bishop d3 looks like the normal moves to me, you know.
But maybe then e5. Something like that.
Yes, this is something you need to take.
But then you have knight d5 later on, so yeah, it's very tricky.
Yes, and also, you know, take. You can also be d take e5 and then play rook e1.
Yeah,
you know, go for that situation.
Yeah.
It's not clear that either, but
the clear that you are better. But.
So sometimes, you know, when you have this type of positions where you feel you have a better position, but you have so many possibilities, it's easy to get lost.
Yeah. That's why I would have liked knight e2 here, because then it's much easier to play.
Yes, I see.
It's very strategic, and you have obvious moves, right? But once you take on d6, then you have this sort of.
But you know, Tom, this is the old man's choice. You know, we are speaking about these youngsters. You know that.
Yeah, but you know, according to the old rules.
Yes. Okay. Yes. No. Okay.
So
well, let's see what's happening. Rook e1, because of course there is a logic to rook e1. You know, because you.
Yeah, you want to prevent e5. I think. I think Edvin, what he sees in this position, is that, black also has chances. He's not unaware of this, and he sees that e5 could be a problem. That's why he plays rook e1. Knight c6, bishop d3.
I even thought, but what about in this position? If you go back, can you play d5 after knight c6?
Yeah, you could do that. It's playable. Maybe you can just go knight e5.
Yeah, my idea was if there was a sacrifice in this position. But okay, there is a check on g5.
Yeah, it's
because
not black is not completely passive here.
No. Now the queen swap on g5 is quite important, because otherwise this type of sacrifice sometimes can be very very strong. You know, because you have the bishop on c8 extremely bad, and you have all the blacks, you know, so on. But okay, now then tick back.
So bishop d3 was played. Now a5.
That looks really strange.
That looks a bit strange for me. I still think maybe if it's possible, why don't play here? I mean, I don't see why you cannot play this move. Of course, white is better, but at least you get your pieces out. I don't know. Maybe move the queen somewhere. Maybe here. What's happening? At least it's a game. Can you play f5? Maybe. Yeah, maybe f5. I mean, when you have a worse position, activity is always. I mean, knight d5, but it's not so dangerous. You can just move the queen. This is at least some activity, and
I agree.
And we can see the evaluation bar gives us
still it's a little bit of an advantage.
White is better, but black has some counterplay, and counterplay is extremely important. But he played a5. I don't like that much.
No, the problem is also
I don't know what that is actually.
No, not only okay, he wants to go for an attack on the white king, but you stop up this b5 that is normally the move you want to play. So this was a really, really strange move to my eye.
But he has I can see from what's happening afterwards here, he has a interesting idea. So there was a3 played, just to prevent the knight jump to b4, and then a4. Okay.
This looks so strange.
And g4 was and now rook a5. There we have it.
That was.
But we can see. Look at the evaluation bar.
Okay.
It's lost game now.
My God.
Black is lost.
But that was a really, really strange decision to me. Because the rook on a5, normally if you do this kind of moves, you have a very clear square to go to and what you want to do. And I cannot see that really, No,
I think it's a defensive move. He wants to stop g5.
Yes, but h4 and
go
for
it's a very, very strange, very strange.
Or rook hg1 maybe even is better,
whatever.
To be
it just looks horrible, and the computer does not like it at all. So I think we should take a little break.
Yes, let's do that.
And let's see what time we have. We have we've been going on for over 1.5 hours.
Yeah.
So I think we should take a 15-minute break. Okay, so we're back after a little break, coffee break, and we're going to start up again. And while we were away, a game was finished.
Mm-hmm.
So let's just have a quick look. It was the first board meeting.
And there's so many pieces off the board, but let's see what's happening.
Yeah, so we'll just quickly move through this. Actually, we did only see a couple of moves on this game. We never saw this.
Exactly, because he was a bit late.
It was very late, but they made up for that. So we have the Ragusin, I think it's called.
Yes.
With bishop b4, and white took the check on a4, forcing black to play the knight to c6 to protect the bishop. And then we have this. I think this has all been played before many times. Nothing new under the sun, as they say. And exchange is going.
And they are playing quite fast. And you have a situation, what is typical for this type of situation, that you always look for is the differences when it comes to the pawn structure. And white has got an extra pawn on the king's side, white one on the queen's side. And what you need to do then, in a way, with white, if you have this extra pawn, is to start to push a bit. And that is exactly what white is doing with f4, because otherwise it looks a little bit strange, of course, to play f4 and open up.
But I think if you castle here, isn't that the
then
big,
you have
it looks almost like you could check. I don't know, maybe if you can, probably not. But I would look for this possibility to check and play knight g4. I don't know if it's possible in this situation. Maybe not.
Maybe because you can play king to g3.
Probably yes.
And then f4, because the queen is covering up g6.
Right.
So
The queen is covering this square here. But so I think f4 is the main move here. So f4. And now if you move back, then white will later push e4. I don't know if you do it immediately, but you can do it. Maybe you can even castle queen side and just start playing with the pawns. It's very dangerous.
Yes.
So you exchange. And then g6 is good, I think, because of bishop f5.
And I'm sure that this is, well prepared by Kaido, because otherwise you would never go into this kind of position with a bishop on c3 hitting down against the black king and so on. Then you would be very cautious. So I'm sure that he is well prepared in this position.
Yeah, we can see that it has been played before. And I think the main problem for white is that white would like to have a little bit more time to get everything ready.
Yes, then it can be a fantastic position for
But black is not going to allow that. And there is a bishop f5, maybe knight e4 coming. There is rook e8, queen e7 and so on. Many threats. So it's not so easy to get this rolling in the center.
And you really, of course, as black, you really need to get rid of that bishop on c3. That can be a monster down against the black king. So in one way, it looks a little bit dangerous for black. But the point is that black will keep up the pressure and he will not allow white to...
Black is too quick. So actually in this position, slightly surprising. Maybe white takes the knight.
Yeah, okay, because knight, bishop f5 and knight e4 will follow otherwise, and it will be swapped off anyway. This bishop, maybe
So,
and now we have a position where, this probably bishop e6 is a good move as well. Because if you play bishop f5, then you have the possibility of e4. So now swap off the bishop, of course, because you want to get rid of this.
White cannot really move away, because then suddenly black's bishop is very strong. So there's an exchange, and now everything is dropping off. And take rook b8, and
yes. Okay. There is no doubt that this is something that both of the players are happy with.
Yeah.
In that sense that Kaido, the higher rated player, is black. He has won the first 3 games. A draw now is absolutely okay. White is playing against a stronger opponent. So yes, white wants a draw. That's fine as well. So okay, and a quick game as well.
Kaido played the game. He only used about a quarter of an hour on his original time. Then he got the increment, which would be a little bit more time. But anyway, he played it very fast. I guess it was almost analysis all the way.
But then we have the Sofia rule. And that means that you need to play 30 moves. So you can also see that the players have played 32 moves.
Right.
So also that's probably why they continued a bit longer, because you could see like 6-7 year moves away that this would be a draw. But they had to wait until...
they had to play all through. But again, we should remind that the white player was Nico Chasin or Chasin or how it's pronounced, from the United States, and he's only 15 years old.
Yes.
So we have a very strong young player playing white against the experienced, seasoned grandmaster Kaido Kulots. I think he's 46 or something like that, 47 maybe. Very strong player. We had him in the studio yesterday, interviewed him, and he showed us some of his ideas, how he played, and very interesting. So I guess that after the 3 wins, you play black against the young player. Yeah, it's time to take a little break.
But also because, there was not so many possibilities in this line maybe to diverge as well. Because otherwise, what the alternative would be to get maybe a slightly inferior position and have some pressure on you. Then why not go for this? So, okay.
This shows us how well prepared Kaido is, because he knew everything, and he just sort of took away all the white chances, and it was a draw. So let's go to the second board, and here we have one of these team games between India and Israel.
Yes,
and it has developed in a rather unexpected way, I would say. We saw this line where in the Sicilian where white puts a knight on d5. And there was an exchange, and we have this imbalance. White has a pawn majority on the queen side.
Yes.
4 against 3. But black has 4 against 3 on the king side. So there was castles. And we saw this
a5 move.
a4 move, and knight d2 and knight c5 as we expected. And black put the queen on a3.
I was not...
Yeah.
Because when I was calculating on this, I wasn't sure if the queen should be on a3 or not, or if it should be like on c2. Is that a better choice? I don't know, because
this is an alternative.
Because the point is that on a3 it's a little bit, it's not so active in a way.
The problem here is that you're. From a practical point of view, you always have to watch out for some.
Yes, but but the thing is, that here you have this. Maybe you can.
And also this move can come. So, I think from a practical viewpoint, you don't want to put the queen on c2.
Okay, let's say maybe there is another place to go.
You have to be very, very sure of your ideas.
What about, should it be? It's just like I don't like it to be on a3.
But why not?
b1. No, because it's just a little bit stuck, because you don't threaten so much, Do you knight? I guess it plays knight fd7 or something like that, So also this, because the idea what would you like to do with white is to put the knight on c3.
I would think that all these options are about the same. I don't think this is a critical position. And I don't really think it's critical where you put the queen. I don't. That's my That's my impression, because there are no big threats to the queen on a3. So you cannot really say, this is a mistake.
No. It's more like I don't say it as a mistake. No.
I'm thinking maybe white wants to go b4 or something. Maybe you want to control the b4 square.
But I will make knight fd7 here.
Yeah,
he played that. Because otherwise it's take on c5 and take on a4, of course.
Now he played an interesting maneuver. He played knight b1.
Yes. He wants to go to c3 and try to take the pawn on a4. Yeah. But also, even though you take this one with the knight, rook a8 will be annoying. With the queen on a3. That was a little bit...
We can see that this knight b1... If we look at the evaluation bar, which is always a little bit interesting, we shouldn't rely too much on it. But it actually says knight b1 was not so good, but suddenly black is better. And I think the reason might be that black could actually play e4 and maybe put the knight on c5 and maybe even go here. This could be a plan for black here. Maybe this is the reason.
Or f5 first, maybe.
Also f5. I mean, this f5 f4 thing could be good. But knight b1. Now black played, I would say, a very risky move. He played b5.
That's a bit strange.
It's strange because you lose a pawn, and I don't see the compensation. Because you're attacking on the side where white is attacking. I mean,
no, he wants to undermine d5, I guess.
Yeah, but it's so easy to protect.
Yeah, that was...
I mean,
it was odd. For me, it was very odd, actually.
White has already
But I don't understand.
Prepared this move.
Why did he play this? Like you say, for me, f5 or e4 immediately is more interesting,
Yeah.
More logical, you could say as well.
This move looks like the move to play.
No,
I mean,
or e4.
If you're a Sveshnikov player, you play f5 without thinking.
But it could also be that e4 is better, because if you play e4, then because I guess after f5 maybe white will play f4. That's like a standard reaction.
Yeah. I mean, this is fairly equal, I would say. Still, something like this maybe. I don't know. But you open up for your pieces. I don't know if f5 here. Maybe.
No, maybe or maybe
maybe
bishop
knight
G,
e5.
but then maybe you can take on c5.
Oh,
take on a4.
No. That's true.
That's why I thought that you could play bishop f6 in this position or something like that.
Maybe. Because then maybe you threaten b2 somehow. Yeah.
I was not sure that you need to play
f5. I think
anyway.
This is a position that is very tricky to play for humans. Computers always find the right move. But for us, it's difficult because every move makes such a big difference. It's not an easy positional game where you know where you're going to do. There are attacks and things happening everywhere. And obviously black makes not a blunder, but a very risky decision here.
Yes. Trying to undermine somehow, but I thought about one, actually, if you take on b5.
Yeah, he did, of course.
Yeah, and then if you play queen a5, you have the lovely move b4.
Yes.
Because I don't know if
we have to show that.
Because it's...
So queen here. We can take this away. So, and then we have this... Because it's nasty.
Because you cannot make an en passant, but also...
You want to take this, but...
then the queen is hanging.
Yeah, if you do that, then you lose the queen.
So
that's the problem. So in this position, he played instead bishop g5. But I don't understand why he had to play b5 first.
Why sacrifice a pawn?
Yeah, it's very...
Very, very strange.
Very strange. So in the game... Of course, if you take on g5, queen comes to g5. This looks pretty nice for black, maybe, because the white squared bishop it's not clear where it's going.
But maybe you can, if you take on g5, then maybe you can move the queen back.
Yes, of course.
To e3 or something like that, Or g3. I don't know, g3 or e3. I don't know which one is the best,
Yeah.
And then the knight comes to c3.
But now black can put this...
Yeah, but the knight on c3 is still,
Yeah. But you can see some... White's pawn is not perfect here on b5. And this is a little bit weak. So this is playable probably for black.
No, it's not game over. No. But I don't understand, why b5 first. Because the only idea with b5 would be to undermine the d5 pawn.
Yeah.
But I cannot see that this is happening anyway,
Anyway, in the game, white took on c5, did take here.
What?
Which I think is a bit surprising.
What? That was very strange also. Very strange decision to my eye. Because now,
takes-
when you have different colored bishops, material is not so important, because what
True.
is more important is actually who has got the attack. And in this position, I cannot see that there is any attack that is close for white. So this must have been in favor for black in that sense, But okay.
Knight c3,
Mm-hmm.
which is a very natural move. Rook a8. And now we can see the evaluation bars gives an equal game. So black has been sort of vindicated.
But that
it worked out.
It was really, really strange.
It was a bit strange. And
Also because there are possibilities to play on the black squares in this position, like a queen on b6 or rook c8 and and f5. It's even easier, I think, to play black in this position actually.
yeah. Now he plays this move, bishop d1.
He's going for the pawn.
And this looks very strange, I think, because now you have, yeah. I'm beginning to like black's position more and more here. I mean, it's not over in any way, but it's a very strange move. First you put the queen on a3 and then you try to take the a
Because
pawn.
if you play the Sveshnikov, for example, like you said before, it's like close to a Sveshnikov position. You are not so afraid of sacrificing pawns to get, an attack. And here you can see that now white is moving away from the king's side. So go for f5 and e4 and start to go like that. And the
So you're thinking maybe something like this, and then you have maybe ideas like
maybe even that,
some very
or e4 and f. Start to, because if white has to take with a knight on a4 in this position. If you want after f5, because if the bishop, you take with the bishop, then you have bishop d2 and take on c3.
That loses.
So. Okay.
Interesting. We will have to see what happens.
But
obviously, we cannot predict their moves because they play moves that we cannot predict. So we don't. No point in analyzing it. We have to just look at it.
Look at it.
Yeah.
But still, we can make our reflections.
Of course, after the fact, so to speak.
Yeah.
Okay, so here we have this game.
Well, that's interesting.
The Rossolimo. And let's see where we were. I think we were.
Queen d2.
Let's see. Queen d2.
No, we said that white had made like a slow opening in a way.
Actually, we saw this position. No. Sorry.
Queen to d2 was the move, I think.
This, yeah. And we were reflecting on what are the plans for white here. Obviously, bishop h6 is a plan. I think after queen d2. But we were also sort of thinking, is he going to go caveman here with the castling queenside?
But we said that the normal move is castling short side.
Yeah, of
also,
course,
to play like normal.
Of course.
So
like
of course,
people.
so like a3, b4, and that would be, if you have the chance, castling and a3, b4 would be normal, I guess. If you have the chance. But
here we see an interesting move, I would say, from black side. And maybe not the intuitive move. He played rook e8. And I think the idea is that after bishop h6, maybe you go
bishop h8.
You have this, you have the possibility to move back to h8 here.
But the question is this a threat? Was it a threat to play bishop h6? Because normally in these positions the rook should not be on e8. I believe, the other, it's not like an obvious square to put the rook on. It's more like, to put rook b8 or rook fc8, queen to a5.
But you can say that when black plays rook e8, he has still the options to keep the bishops.
Yes.
So this bishop h6, you can sort of discuss, do I want to put the bishop on h6? What's it doing there? Because it's not so easy to... It looks like you have an attack, but you don't have an attack with the bishop on h6 after bishop h8. I think he would have played bishop. I mean, the only reason to play rook e8 would be to play bishop h8.
But the thing is, here you could say that the white move, queen d2, instead of showing the intentions, in that sense, maybe he all the way he wanted to play short castle anyway, but he knew that the queen would be on d2.
Yeah.
And this is also something that strong players doing, because you have also said many times in our our discussions that there are ghosts for human beings.
Of course.
And in this case, maybe this bishop h6 was a ghost. But then at least white has created a situation where there can be a ghost. Because if you make castling immediately, you outrule the possibility. So,
but also, I think also you had this idea of moving this this knight over here, and the idea is to clamp down on d4. And I think to keep the bishops, it might be the black. Maybe he wants that. That's his idea, and he says, "Well, I don't care what the computer says if it's bad or I just want to keep my bishop." And if you exchange these bishops, the chances to win might be much lower, and he wants to have a chance to win the game. Maybe I'm just.
Let's see.
Yeah. Anyway, in the game, white of course castled kingside. No caveman play here. Rook b8. Rook a b1. And now you would expect b5, but we didn't get that. Probably white takes and play b4, maybe?
Exactly. That can be a problem. This is a classical approach.
So
to take back and b4, and then you have a little bit of a weakness on b5.
So this guy is not so... Yeah, this is true.
And if you take on b4, then rook take and you double. If you move the queen somewhere, it's not... this looks actually good for white, I believe.
It's a game. It's still a game.
But what should you do? What can you do? Aren't you just losing a pawn?
Well, I don't know. I'm not sure. Maybe there is some move here, because once it's all cleared, maybe there are some possibilities. Maybe you can play c4. I don't know. Is that playable?
But you take.
Yeah, you take, and then
you have b5 and a4, and you have this looks very dangerous.
Yeah, it's so dangerous. So b5 is not a good move, and he played instead queen a5, and then a4.
Yes.
Rook b d8, and white finally did this d4 move.
Because also now, like we said, the rook the rook should be. I think the e8 rook should be on c8. If you could do that, that would be better. To have the rook in that way.
Yeah.
Because like you also said that the pawn on c4 is normally like a weakness. It can be a weakness at least,
Yeah, there are.
Because now you have b4 that might come sometimes. If you put rook fc1 and so on. So.
But then c4 will become very weak. This is one of the drawbacks of having exchanged the white squared bishops, that this pawn here can be weak. And we see in the game, actually, black targets this pawn. He plays e6.
That's also because he wants to outrule the knight d5 possibility.
Yeah. And also he has this idea, maybe at some point d5. Rook d1, and now queen c7, attacking this pawn.
b3, I guess.
Yeah, and then b3. And this is where we are now. And this will be a long game. This is a positional fight. I expect white to try to maybe double or even triple on the d file. That would be one plan. And the b4 plan, I don't think is so easy to do here. It's so easy to attack this pawn. Knight e5 at some point.
No, but you also have the weakness I say now on d6. Yeah. This is a consequence of playing e7, e6. So even though you have the rook on d8 and so on, it might be a weakness in the future.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking about, this doubling, tripling idea. But on the whole, I would say this looks fairly balanced. There shouldn't be a big, slight white advantage, but I think that's mainly due to the space advantage. Not so much that there are any real threats to black's position. So a little bit more space for white, but
and the key is normally
balanced.
For white is to just to keep up this pressure, that you have a little bit more. Do not allow any move like b5 or d5, and as long as you do that, and you start, like you said, building up a little bit, will always be a little bit better because you have the chances. Yeah,
white is slightly better, but there is no. It's still a full game ahead. So then we go to Eric.
Oh yes.
Lundqvist, and we have this sort of Jenisch, almost Jenisch gambit that he played.
Mm-hmm.
And we have to go back a little bit to see where we were. So
Move forward. Yes,
there was
the game.
a white won a pawn, or didn't actually win a pawn, but he took a pawn, but he had to give it back.
And somewhere here we said that this feels a little bit easier for black to play, even though it might be almost equal, because black has got these ideas on going for an attack on the white king, and you have a nice diagonal for the bishop on b7, and also d6 c5 looks good, because you have also a little bit better structure if you compare with the pawns on c3 and c2. And one of the questions we asked ourselves were where to put the bishop on c1. You want to put it on b2 maybe to open up the long diagonal, but that has also got some drawbacks. So you said maybe on d2. Let's see what's happened.
Yeah. So the queen is threatened, and it went to h4. C4 was an alternative. F3. Now he went to c4. Okay. And the bishop went to d2 as expected. D6, queen b1.
Queen b1.
Idea, I guess, is to play
queen b3 or
queen b3. Yeah, that would be the idea.
Also protecting bishop to b7, of course.
So now Eric played this interesting idea. I think he wants to protect the queen with bishop a6. Because if you take on b3, then a b3. Let's say queen b3. Yeah, he actually played it.
But and also because now if you swap queens here, no doubt black is a little bit better, because you have the a pawn and you have this pawn structure of white. So you would love black to take on b3, then maybe white will be better after a take b3, and the a5 pawn will be weak.
No, he has to play like this. But now white activated here, played the rook to e7, rook f7 and rook a1, and this is the position now. No, sorry, a4, queen b2, that's the position.
Yes, because taking on d5 you do not want to do so. Okay.
So the question is, in this position after, already here I think we can see that the evaluation bar goes up after rook f7 here.
But you feel that black has, at least, it's easier to play black.
Yeah. Maybe you should exchange on f7 here instead. I don't know. This is what we expected, something like this. Black is better, but it's okay. It's not winning, but it looks nice.
You also have the, you can maybe take and play knight d5, but then he has got rook e4, so
have to watch out.
I mean, you can play queen b5.
There are moves,
but of course.
Okay, I think we'll go to the next game.
But still it feels like Erik is in the driver's seat at least.
But what we can see is that they have used quite a lot of time, both of them. They have half an hour both of them, and a little bit more for white, but still this could be a time scramble. And it's a tricky position for both sides, so anything can happen. So now we go to the Swedish champion here.
Yes.
Sivuk.
Yes.
And he plays white against Rakesh, an Indian guy, and the Indian was playing a gambit, the Henningskara gambit, where you give a pawn very early on. But it looks like white has sort of gotten his pieces out.
I like this idea that white, because we said one problem is the bishop on c1, what to do with Antoine. You want to put it on b2 if possible, but the other variation, or the other possibility, is like he did in the game that we saw, to go for e1, just also to protect yourself on the king side, because there's no doubt that the play that black must create as a compensation.
What you're talking about is this move, right?
Yes, I like that move.
You just it might look a bit strange. You move the bishop to d2 and then down to e1, but it's actually quite good because you protect f2, which is good because black is sort of hinting at attacks on the king side. And you also open up for the other rook to come
A1.
here. Yeah.
Exactly.
So
this I really like, you know.
Yeah. And in the game, black played queen g5. I don't know exactly what that is doing. Is there some f4 at some point? I don't know. Not now, because you can always attack h2.
What is the threat?
I don't know. Maybe he just wants to play like queen h5, or maybe not queen h5, but queen h6 or something. I don't know. Something like that. Maybe knight takes d3.
He wants to take on e3, maybe
yes. And then
something like. But I cannot really see a threat. But again, there are different
maybe
moves.
That is a threat, because
of course you think about f4 here, you know.
Yeah.
That is one move to think about.
But then you can play queen h6.
Yes, and then it's hanging on e3, I guess.
Then you can play
like
h3,
h3
but the e3
or
is
so on.
hanging. Yeah,
so it's a mess, you know.
Yeah,
but the other move that I think is normal here is knight to d5. To get rid of that bishop on b6, to start to swap off pieces.
Yeah.
And also to cover up on e3.
What happens if you play sort of the lazy move rook c1? Is that bad?
No, we can take a look.
Yeah, the evaluation bar drops down a little bit. It's not the critical move, obviously. Yeah. So maybe you have to find, in this position of the queen g5, maybe you have to play maybe something sharper. I don't know. You suggested knight d5 and...
It's again, I think that if we think about the plans that you have with white, it's of course to develop. The other thing is, of course, to start to swap off pieces, as many as you can, you know. Yeah. And now probably you threaten to play f4, you know.
Yeah, and suddenly you have the queen activated on the third rank, so you also the knight, so... You take away a lot of the threats, and suddenly f4 becomes maybe a reality.
I think this is just winning for white.
And then you have a check here when the queen leaves.
Yeah, if you play f4 and queen h6 and this h3 stuff and so on.
Yeah. So we'll see what he does. Knight d5. If you feel that you are defending, sometimes you don't want to make moves like that. You like to make these small defending moves.
Yes, but... In this case, it's not a very difficult move in that sense, because you also want to get rid of that great bishop on...
No, it's an excellent move. I'm just thinking, in practice, do you play it or not? I mean, like this move, I don't think it's a good move, because
take on e3 and take on h3.
Suddenly black is actually very... So this is the threat, This is a threat.
No, I thought you take on h3.
Oh, yeah. Sorry. Yeah, of course, you take here with the mating threat. And you have this queen takes. And suddenly it looks very nice, right?
And also, if you go back with the bishop, maybe you can take on d4 and take on play knight f3 check. Yeah. So
no, h3 is...
You wouldn't play h3.
No, I wouldn't play it.
Too provocative. But that's why I said that knight d5 also, or knight e4 maybe. I don't know.
This move also looks interesting. I would say, if I was white here, I would be tempted to play this move. Because I would think, I still have a pawn. I don't have to take anything more.
You're playing so safe, Tom,
and I don't want to be mated, so I want to
You don't want to be mated?
No,
okay.
I don't like it. I don't like it. I don't enjoy that.
Okay.
So I think knight e4
it looks good also.
It's a tempting
from my point of view, it looks good as well.
And it seems... Look at the evaluation bar again. That it preserves the advantage. But knight d5, it's more like stepping into the unknown a little bit.
But it's just like I want to get rid of that bishop.
Yes, of course. But when you already have a pawn, and you are under some sort of attack, you think that you should defend rather than counterattack. This is a counterattack.
No, this is a defending move to take
away.
Also,
yes. We'll see what he does.
Okay. Anyway,
he's a very strong player. I think he will play knight d5. It's not difficult to see. So let's go to the next game.
Now we come to the Swedish youngsters.
And the evaluation bar is not in favor of the Swedish player here.
This looks...
We have this Leonardo Costa from Germany, FIDE Master, with a very high rating of 2472.
But look at this now, what has happened.
Yes.
Because now you have moves like knight e6.
Yeah.
You have
Maybe we should just sort of recap it.
Go back a little bit, you know.
Because we had this very interesting situation with
Mhm.
bishop g5, and we said knight g7 might be good, f6 is definitely playable, but it's ugly.
But it's ugly, yeah. And you know, it's at least, you know, if it's not a preparation move, then I would say it looks, yeah. No, I don't like it.
Bishop e3 was happening, and then knight e7, knight c3, castles, castles, and then
wait, go back. Just realize, if you go back, can you take on d5? Ah, yeah, it was knight b4. Okay.
Yeah.
Just what you cannot take 2 times because bishop b3.
Yeah, but you have this knight b4
Okay.
check.
Yep.
So we can just show that. So take here, taking back, big mistake. Take. Take. Let's see. Doesn't register. There I have it. Queen takes, and now bishop b3.
Yes. So you have
winning the queen, and this is classical tactics in this type of situation, and it proves why moving the f pawn, as I've said before,
that's exactly
is always something you should be careful with. But black can instead go here, and then he will take back with the knight.
And the knight bishop b3 is not as impressive.
No, it's not nothing special because you can just take.
Yes.
Anyway,
okay.
In the game there was d takes e4, knight takes, and f5. But the problem here, I would say, is that yes, you have this f5, but now there is a threat to f7, and black has big holes in his position.
Yeah, this looks really dangerous.
So f4, bishop d2, knight d5.
Wait. The question is here, you know, after the bishop d2.
Do you want to take on d4?
No, and I thought about maybe you should start to play like bishop g4.
What about? Yeah, you allow knight
yes.
f7.
Just to, you know, just to
maybe h3, maybe.
Or maybe.
But then you can maybe you can take. Yeah. Yeah, there are moves here. Difficult choice, I would say. Difficult choice.
But okay,
but maybe
if you play h3, he must play, and that h3 is a good move, because if you take on f3, you can take with the queen. Maybe.
Can you?
Then it's knight take d4. Okay.
It's not so clear.
No, I agree. So at least it feels like you need to do something like this with black, you know.
Maybe this move.
The idea is, of course, after take on if knight to f7, rook take, bishop take, then you take on d4, and at least you have some play. That was my idea as well, you know.
So check, takes, bishop takes.
And knight take d4, that was my idea.
And now maybe knight takes d4, yes. Yeah, we have to take this first.
Yes, that's right, and then take on d4. That was my idea, you know. Because, okay, you sacrifice exchange, but now at least you have some play, and if you take on f4, that might be queen f8, and it's two bishops on the same file. Yeah. So here you have some play, you know. Yeah. And the problem in the position that we just had was that it seems like you are almost on the verge to get crushed, you know. Yeah. So you need to do something. But
what he played here, knight d5, somehow I liked that move a little bit. Even though I agree that this bishop g4 is a more interesting, more dynamic way to play. This is more static. You want to prevent everything, but he wants to get this setup with the knight on e7, and you know.
But now he played a good move.
Queen c2.
Yes. And why it's good is because how can you protect the knight? If you take on d4 here, it's very dangerous, huh? Because then knight take, bishop take, and I thought knight
maybe.
Or queen c6, I thought.
Also.
Because you're threatening on a8 and on d5.
There is knight b6, but
then you have knight f7.
Check. Then again,
probably in a better version, I guess.
But also this move move the rook here.
I agree.
It will be terrible because there is this horrible diagonal here. towards the king, and you have also the pressure on.
Yeah, it must.
on
You know,
this.
you can see you have at least you have good, but don't forget that the knight on g5 is hanging.
Yeah. I mean, there are many aspects, but the question is, still, I still want to play this move. I don't know. You want
Okay.
what do you do here?
Rook fe1 was, I think.
And then some move.
Yes, and that is the problem.
Yeah, when you once you have this, in a way it looks nice,
Mhm.
but on the other hand, it doesn't threaten anything. They are just protecting each other.
And also, you
So-
cannot play like bishop b7 due to the e6 square.
Yeah, and if you play like, let's say you play some move like h6,
Knight e6.
then the knight comes jumping. You probably have to take it.
Mm.
The rook takes,
Mm.
and we can see that this position is not very nice because black has no play. All play is gone.
Mm.
No bishop g4, no pressure on d4.
Rook ae1, and
Rook
you're threatening to
A1.
take on d5 actually immediately.
Yeah, and then the queen might come to c5, and
g6
like
is a
this.
weakness.
This is a weakness.
Knight
Everything
h4.
everything is collapsing.
Everything is collapsing. Okay.
So queen c2, queen d7 was played.
Yeah, because he wants to play bishop b7 and he wants to avoid this knight to e6, but you know, this is a terrible position after. Yeah, well, just and also it's so easy moves for white. If you take on d4, knight take, bishop take, knight e6, you know, game over. And well, what to do?
Well, he played a really strange move here. Rook f5.
Yeah, I don't think he could find anything else. Maybe this was the best move actually. But it's of course strange.
Oh, we will have to look at this in the training. We have to go through it.
Yeah.
This is a good game. I mean, he plays quite well, white, and black plays extremely ambitiously. But sometimes, when you get into positions like this, ambition can work against you. Sometimes you just have to try to clarify the situation and don't get bogged down in protecting things all the time. And that's why
should you play rook e4 or knight e6? What do you think? Something like that?
well, I mean, I think black's best
Many.
hope here is that white has too many options.
Yes,
that
I
could
agree.
be. I mean, rook ac1 looks pretty nice. That's the kind of move.
Take on
I'd like to-
d4, take on d4, bishop take d4. How do
Yeah,
you
but
continue?
you don't mind take the d pawn. We don't want that because we have so
No,
many
I-
open files and
Yeah.
diagonals. So
Yeah.
I wouldn't be as scared of that actually.
No.
But that doesn't mean white could be scared of that. He might also want to keep everything. But my
But
impression.
I agree, like rook ac1, take on d4, bishop take d4, knight e6, for example.
Something like that. And then you pressure d5, you pressure c7.
Yeah, you threaten to take on d5 and take on c7, for
everything
example, and you...
Everything looks horrible. But I think your idea, we should go back to check this. Let's see now. We had this position here.
But at least, you know, I must say, it's more like the best chance, you know.
Yeah.
I don't say that it's solving all the problems,
Yeah.
but somehow, I think one of the, when this is also something I've been thinking a lot about, the difference between strong players and a little bit weaker players, is that the strong players are feeling that this game is going in the wrong direction, and they start to do something in time. Because if you do it too late, you know, you do not have this kind of at least creating problems for your opponent, and that's a skill that strong players has got, that they are, you know, making difficulties for their opponent, you know,
Yeah.
and they do it in time.
Well, I sometimes play positions like this with black in the Spanish or the Lopez, and I know that one passive or inexact move and it collapses, but if you keep the pressure up and find the active moves, you can survive even a position like this. And I think
Yes.
bishop g4 is actually the best move here, and actually the computer gives us heads up for that, because we can see that the evaluation bar does not change after this move, which means it even lowers a bit. So let's see how the computer evaluates this position.
Maybe you should just play safe instead, you know.
Yeah,
But
but
okay.
I just want to see
Yes, of
what
course.
happens.
Yeah, my idea was to take on d4 in this position, but
yeah, we can do this. Do this. But you shouldn't be afraid of a position like this
for whom?
for black.
No, this you should be very happy if you get this position.
That's
I
what
would
I'm
say.
That's what I'm
If
saying.
if you compare it with the other stuff, you know.
Yeah. And we can see the elevation bar is almost equal here. I mean, you have a pawn for the exchange.
Exactly.
You have a fantastic knight on d4. You have a
Yeah.
very annoying pin on f3. I would say that I would actually prefer black here.
Me too.
Okay. Anyway, very interesting. Now we have this position, and the computer says that white is lost.
And
black
is
sorry.
And
Black
also,
is lost.
if you look at the times, Johan has only 11 minutes and left beside the increment, while Leonardo Costa has got much more time. So everything is on his side in a way.
Yeah.
Okay,
but,
let's move.
But
yes, he's a fighter.
okay, we got the move here, knight e6. I think you suggested that. You wanted this move, right?
Yes. Also, if you just take away the bishop on g7,
Yeah.
Or also you are threatening maybe, sometimes to take on d5 and then on c7.
There are threats everywhere.
Threats everywhere.
I mean, rook c1 is still on the.
That you are allowed to put out the last piece as well.
You can play that also. So it's horrible. It's horrible. But Joar is very good at defending. Yesterday he had a horrible position.
Yes.
That not only did he defend it, he actually won it. So I wouldn't count him out yet.
No. Also, this is actually, as I'm working a lot with talents and talent training and so on, I can say one of maybe the most difficult thing to teach is this, ability to fight, the fighting spirit. If you have this, then that is really good. But actually, you can take on d5, rook take, and take on c7. And then queen take, rook e8.
Yeah. There are lots of possibilities in this position.
That are winning,
Yeah. But I think we will move on because, and we will get back to this and see what happens.
Take on d5. It's completely
so
lost.
Here we have, and this game has developed in a surprising direction.
Which game is this?
This is Edwin. Trost, yes, this is Edwin. Because this was this this Trompovsky opening, and just to remind us where we were.
Yeah, we forward.
And
Edwin had a almost winning position.
And we had this situation where I suggested maybe knight e2 and just play with a close center against the bishops. Very classical approach. But he went for the open center
that
instead.
I think is good objectively, But
yeah.
But on the other hand, maybe you need to find some, more exact moves, and I think that is the difference between your suggestion.
You remember we talked about the problems some players have. They say that in the opening everything is so easy and they have no problems, and they are almost like Magnus Carlsen. And then suddenly things start to happen and they don't see anything. And that is the problem when you have an open position with lots of pieces going everywhere. There are so many possibilities. It's not easy to navigate.
Okay.
So there is a point in keeping it a bit closed.
Yes.
And bishop d3, and now we had
this strange...
Very strange. I think actually turns out quite well in this game, strangely enough.
And here we said maybe rook, just to g1 or something like that. But okay. He played queen e4.
He played queen e4.
And then we saw f5.
Mate in one move, threatened, just to remind everyone the simple choice of chess. Okay, f5, take.
And now d5 is the key move,
He played d5,
Because if you take on f5, rook take, bishop take, then it's a completely other game. Because even though you get, but maybe queen f6 or something will come, even though you get two rooks for the queen, I would be afraid of that one with white.
No.
You don't want to do that.
I would never go for that.
No,
that looks like the wrong way.
Exactly.
That would be a gift for black.
So
but
d5, I think is correct.
Yeah. knight e5
Now,
forced.
I thought knight d4 here is the logical move for me.
Yeah, it's perfectly fine.
I guess.
Let's see the move. The evaluation bar
Okay.
creeps back.
Mm-hmm.
So I think the reason is
I can take on d3.
You can take the
Okay,
bishop.
I'm sorry
Yeah,
then.
yeah,
okay,
yeah.
then it's
because
not.
you wanted to continue the
I'm
mate.
sorry. I'm sorry. Yeah. So knight e5, take on e5 then.
You took, and now you have to take. You cannot take with the rook.
No.
We'll just show that again because
Then it's a check.
Yeah. So rook takes. Then you have this.
Then a bit check on g6.
And I guess this comes.
Check on e of f1 with this one. Yeah.
Yeah, and it's not nice.
It is not nice.
If you can
play
go,
h4.
You can go on a slight walk here, but it should be mate somehow.
Somehow, yes. But you don't have to give mate.
No.
You can also play like rook g1, fg1 check, and then go back with the bishop. And
Yeah. This is just winning, but
yeah. So you do not have to complicate matters too much.
No. But anyway, bishop takes e5 was played.
Mm-hmm.
D takes e6. Bishop takes e6. And suddenly these bad bishops are out.
Go back. I just want to see that position after. This position after. No. Yeah. This. Do you really need to take on this one?
No.
Why not give a check
With
the rook?
like rook
yes,
h.
Yeah, that's right.
I would go here. I don't know. This looks bad because then you're in the diagonal. So this would be best, right?
Rook g6.
You're going for the kill. But bishop f4 maybe.
But then you can take on. It's a f4 check. I see. But because I just felt that if you take on e6, you let the bishop on c8 come out.
Mm-hmm.
That's why I thought it was a little bit strange. But
yeah, I mean, to me it looks like white is better here.
I think white is almost winning. Or if you cannot play rook e5, then I take back everything maybe.
Well,
okay, you can play rook h1.
You can play this
queen h1.
Queen h1, yeah.
Yeah, I didn't see that. So.
No, but it's still a game. It's still a game.
But white feels like white is at least better. Yes.
Maybe you can take on d5
Mm-hmm.
to get the queen out.
Mm-hmm.
It can be very tricky once the bishop comes out and the bishop, it's not so easy to.
No, I agree. There is something that has happened here.
But he took on e6, bishop takes e6,
Mm-hmm.
and now
bishop c4.
I would expect this to be an advantage for white still.
Mm-hmm.
The problem is that black has all the pieces out.
Mm-hmm.
There are no weak pieces in the black camp.
But bishop c4 might be a good move.
Yeah, sure.
Because you want to swap off that bishop now and then create.
Yeah, that's the
knight.
positional. Yeah, that's
it's
the
more
positional.
positional approach.
Yeah,
Yes.
Yeah, I agree with you. But on the other hand, when you have this thing going on the diagonal here, you don't want to do that.
Yes.
But I agree with you. This looks like a nice move. But he played king b1, king h8, logical move.
Mm-hmm.
Rook hg1, rook f4.
Mm-hmm.
Queen e3, queen h4, knight e4, and now bishop g8. Now we're just gonna quickly see what the Silicon friend says, and it says it's almost equal game.
Mm-hmm.
Slight advantage for white, but nothing much. We can see the evaluation bar gives a little bit of an edge for white.
But at least has got better time, Edwin.
Yes.
And the question is now, still, with the moving the knight to e4, it is still like that it feels like white has got more chances for an attack, which will make the game easier to play with white. and with little time.
But black has managed to.
Yeah. I agree. I mean, he hasn't played the best moves, Edvin. Of course, he hasn't found the right continuation.
But he has a very solid position now.
Yes,
and this construction with the knight here, the bishop protected by a pawn, the king tucked in the corner, and the queen, rook. All the white pieces are good. But black, on the other hand, has also managed to get some sort of a position. He has the pawn here and here. I think some of the problems for black is over here. This could be a problem.
Yeah, one thing is that if you start to go for an end game, for example, try to swap off, stuffs and so on.
Of course, h2 is very weak also.
Yes, but the a4 pawn and the b7 will almost fall. If you yeah. So
it might be that now it's black who has to prove something in the attack. He needs to get something.
Or start to swap off all the pieces,
But this bishop here, it might not look so good, but if you could get the queen, to some, then suddenly there's a problem.
And don't forget, there might be a back rank mate,
Also.
Due to this bishop.
So I think what black needs to do is to redirect his queen. And maybe that was the idea with bishop g8. It looks like he's trying to.
But it's also he was threatening to play knight take d6 in that position.
Yeah, but maybe there is some idea like this and coming down here.
But I think the main thing was that in this position before knight bishop to g8, the last move, wasn't it threatening to play knight take d6?
Yeah, this is a threat. So this threat is obvious.
Okay. So I would say that still it looks good for Edvin due to the time and easier position to play, but he has not improved his position, you could say.
Well, I think he had some chances to just crush black at some point. He was, I don't know, he had +3 or something. Now he has a minute advantage that is not so easy to explain what's going on. I mean, he has to find some really strong moves to win this. Anyway, should we go back again?
Yes,
and start
please.
all over? So we go to
number 2.
So we go to this position.
Here things have happened.
Here, things have definitely happened. So we had the position here with
rook a8,
bishop d1, and black played bishop d2. Okay.
But why?
Yeah,
Okay.
he goes for this.
Yeah, I mean, it's okay, but I don't think there was a real threat to take on A4. I was more into this to play with F5 and E4 and this kind of stuff.
I think when black goes for this bishop d2, he goes for a draw. He wants to sort of safeguard.
But also it could be that, he wants to, if he swap off this knight, he feels that his extra pawn on the king's side might do something because he feels that it will never be lost, this pawn on A4. So I think that's why. But let's see what's...
Okay, bishop d2, rook e2 takes.
And now, wait. He took with the pawn, and on c3, because what's happening when you take with the pawn...
he wants to play c4 and just safeguard everything.
But then the pawn on a4 could never been taken, more or less,
No, but he has a pawn more. He doesn't need to take any more pawns.
That's right.
So I think.
But I still think it's okay for black, this position.
Yeah, it's okay. He's slightly worse because he's a pawn down. He has some compensation for the pawn.
Would you prefer to play white?
Yeah.
I think I would prefer to play black.
No, I would prefer white because I think...
you like pawns?
I think I don't see the big compensation for black. And I see that white, if he plays on the king side, he could also try to open up. So it's not so clear. And black always have to guard the a-pawn.
But so
I would say it's fairly equal. But I think I would prefer white. I think white's chances of winning are greater than black's.
Okay, I prefer black.
Yeah.
And the reason for that is that I feel that the attack on the king's side is more in the favor of black.
Yeah.
I'm not sure about that move though, but okay, maybe.
Yeah, you don't have to play it,
but maybe it's good. But
so this is the situation now. This is the position.
Mm-hmm.
And we should check the times, and we see that
Okay.
Pranith has only 10 minutes left
Mm-hmm.
for 13 moves, which is not so much,
Mm-hmm.
while his opponent has almost 40 minutes.
Mm-hmm.
So this evens out whatever advantage white has.
Mm-hmm.
And I would say that this is just an open game.
Mm-hmm.
And now with the times, then maybe I want to be black.
Okay, so you are safe. No, safing up a little bit. No. But also because I cannot see really, because the knight on e5 is a fantastic piece because it's covering up on e6 and d7, and then you can go with the rook to g7 and start to push with g5 and so on. Maybe, of course, white. And if white plays f3, then little bit black. Yeah.
No, I agree.
No, I don't.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
No.
Okay.
But this is I would say this is maybe even better for black due to the times. The position, I don't really see how black wins this game. It's not very easy because white can play like f3, g4 or g3, and I mean there are moves for white also.
Yes.
So it's not very easy to do anything. But once you play f3 with the queen on h3, maybe black can infiltrate with the queen on the queen side, queen a5, queen c3. So this maneuver could definitely be irritating, or even down here.
Or even if you, maybe you can at one point move the knight and go in with the queen also on d4 or something like that.
So my impression is that white is on a sliding slope here.
The question is now, is there a threat of f3? Or was there maybe? Because now maybe you are ready to go to take it.
I don't think black should play f3 because then gf and an attack on that would be a gift to white. Then white gets an attack. No, I think black should play it slowly and maybe hope to at some point infiltrate with the queen here and attack these pawns.
Yes.
And just keep this situation. Maybe put the rook here on g7. Psychologically try to troll white, troll him a bit, and make him hope that he plays f3 at some point, maybe something like that, and suddenly you can.
Because as soon as you play f3, the queen will be out of play.
Yeah, this is completely out of play here, so that's not good.
But if if black plays queen to a5, maybe you play queen a3, just to cover up a bit.
Well, as long as you have the queen here. It's not so easy to you could even play a3 maybe with the queen because you protect this square here. This is a key square.
Even wonder if black should play a3, but I don't think so. I don't know. Okay,
you could do that. So should we jump?
Okay.
So we get to the other game in this
mini match
team match between India and Israel. And here, nothing much has happened.
No, and like you said it was going to be a long game.
This is going to be a long game
because it's maneuvering now, and and this is a typical when you have this triarad. What is it called in
three
hedgehog?
The hedgehog setup
structure or whatever you call it.
Yeah, right.
It is that black just waits, and white has got a little bit more space. But if white starts to do things, it's also with great risks because then this d5 or b5 can come.
There are always breaks. To me, the way they played in the opening, I got the impression that we have two very solid guys playing each other, and no one is going to give the other any easy shots, and no one is going to gambit anything. They're just going to play super solid, and they are not going to give anything away.
And the impression is still the same.
I think it hasn't changed anything.
No.
And nothing much is happening. They are moving back and forth, and we almost had this position before. It's no big difference. So we'll just have to wait and see.
Yeah, we continue.
So now we go to Eric.
Time for the Swedes.
Yeah. And here we have had a big change because the rooks are off. So we have to go back a little bit.
But there is no doubt that he is better. I could see. Okay, let's move on.
Yeah. And he played this c5 move. We have long talked about this, and it's a very logical
move. Looks good.
Takes away squares from the bishop and from the knight. And
also take away b4, that,
And then we have the first exchange here. Bishop g5, rook e8. Knight takes.
Doesn't
a3,
want to swap any pieces.
Queen d5,
now
queen c1.
We're threatening to take on d3 now.
Yeah.
He can take on d3.
Yeah.
And he wins a pawn.
I guess he does.
Okay, queen f4, check.
Probably the best move. But let's just step back.
That looks good.
But there.
No, he cannot do anything.
No, the bishop is. Maybe White made a slight blunder here. Did he do that? Well, it's an advantage, of course, but what can he do?
He could have played queen d5. No.
If he takes with the king, you can take on f6. That would be nice.
No, so it's good.
Still better for black. But
logical. Yes. Okay. Because the problem is, of course, this is hanging this pawn on a2, so the queen is stuck on b2.
Maybe you should move the bishop now to avoid. I think a3 might have been a mistake here.
I don't know. I think black is clearly better in this position.
Yeah. Yeah, black is better. Bishop take d3. I don't see any big problem with that. Maybe you can take back, queen takes. Maybe you can play, I don't know. What can you do? Let's have a look. So take.
It must take back.
Take back. Queen takes. Okay, so here
must, I don't know if it's queen f4. But in worst case, you can always play knight f6.
Yeah, we got this position.
We got this position.
Yeah, so queen f4 is played. No, but this is just lost.
It is?
I think so. I guess king g8, you can play bishop e7 maybe. Knight f6 is a possibility.
Yeah, this is the question, but it's threatened to take on a4, don't forget.
Yeah, but c3 is hanging also.
I know.
But of course, in the queen ending,
the
most important thing is to have a passed pawn,
because
right?
then it's a check on d7 and so on. So here I would like to keep my knight. So maybe you should play like king e6.
Yeah, this is possible.
Can you do that?
But then queen takes again, threatening the knight. Queen a4.
That's not so nice. So how do you play the king g6? Is that the move? King g6 maybe.
Could be.
Because then if you play like queen g3 or something like that, you play h6.
Yeah, king g6.
That I like. King g6 looks like a good move actually. It's a bit strange, but I think it can be the best move. Because
so maybe after this move, maybe you should play g4 to prevent queen takes c3. Then it's mate with queen f5.
What about h6?
Yeah, then you move the bishop to d8 or something.
Yes.
I'm thinking in this position you need to do something. And
no. I
agree.
agree.
So maybe this.
But I just think that h6 is a good move.
And then maybe just move back or something. I don't know. Let's say we go here just to do something. Just to do something. And now black should not take the pawn on c3.
I agree on that one.
Yeah. We'll just show it. If you're a bit new to chess, maybe you would like to see things like this. This is a famous checkmate.
Yeah.
In the game, he played knight f6.
He did that.
Yes.
Okay.
So we can go for that immediately. I think you're right. Maybe you should take on a4. Take on f6. What do you think?
Is there any smart?
Well, there is a possibility to check on d1.
Exactly, that's what I thought. And then
so let's say this move,
and then check on d1 to cover up.
Then we take this check. The king has to go here,
and then
I don't know. You can check on c2 also if you want to have an even better.
Yes, I think so.
Position, and the king probably goes back. I would guess maybe here, and then you take the bishop.
Yes,
and then we have a queen ending. With a pawn up for black.
And it is, at least it's very difficult to play white in this position.
Yeah.
Because the ideas in this one is that you either want, black of course wants to create a passed pawn.
Yeah.
But white also, if white gets a passed pawn, normally you have good chances even though you are pawn down or something. And the other idea, of course, is to deliver, checks, on the black king all the time, so you cannot
No, you need
avoid
if
a
you
draw.
get a pass pawn, your chances for a draw increases enormously. No, but this is the position now. He took on f6, and I think queen d1 is probably the best move. Queen b1 is the same idea.
Will be the same, yeah. Maybe.
Should we go to the next?
Yes,
now we have a
please.
result.
Yes.
Oh, there was some big
Yes.
mistake going on here. Let's see what he played.
We had this with 95 that I said. We'll see what happened.
Yeah, he played 95.
Okay.
Yes.
Yes.
Excellent. 95.
Good.
Bishop a4. Oh, he goes for some crazy stuff.
Okay. But
Well,
Again-
okay, he gets it back, but
yes, but
now
again, you just like I said, you want to swap off pieces.
the problem for black is that he sacrificed this pawn early on. If you do that, you have to prove something.
May I ask, what about take on c1? Take on c1, take rook, take d4. Is that possible? Ah, it's mate on e8. Stop. Mate on
Yeah,
e8.
you can do that. Yeah.
Yeah, you can. Yes, you can. For sure.
If you want to cheat.
Yes,
a
if you.
little bit.
Yes. Whoa. Okay, now I see. Good.
No.
Mm,
You're
watch
right.
out.
So rook c1, rook
Is a
f8.
good move.
Yeah, rook f8.
Mm-hmm.
Knight f3. White
Oh,
has a
that's good.
pawn, and he's just going to exchange things.
Exchange things.
So here.
Yes, not taking on the queen.
Queen
Still
h6.
swapping off all the pieces,
Yeah. Now threatening to take on f3 and on h2.
Mm-hmm.
h3, simple.
Mm-hmm.
And now comes...
because-
he's completely lost, but he played this move.
Mm-hmm. And now the idea is, of course, if you take with a pawn, you take with the queen, and then you take on f3, yeah?
Yeah, that's the idea.
You can show it, maybe?
Yeah. So after this one, you have a check. And
King to h2, you take on f3, and it will be mate on.
yeah, so I probably have to go here. You can do that. Here, this, and you can actually play here. But then it's a draw.
At least a draw, maybe.
Yeah, it's a draw.
Yeah.
But in this position, white just played simple move bishop d2, pinning the knight, and winning the game.
Yeah, there's nothing
Absolutely
left.
nothing. You can take on f3, bishop takes f3, but there is nothing. Now you just threaten to take on e3, and
And you will do it.
you're a piece up. Yeah. So that was nice.
No, but was good play, I think.
Yeah.
Okay, let's go to our
Juniors.
junior.
And here we have what's happening here. Suddenly the position looks a bit not so clear. Well, there is a very
Okay, it's actually it is white to play. Huh?
it's white to play. I thought it was black. I was
But
looking at
still-
rook g5.
But still, what I think that at least there is some hope here, isn't it?
Yeah, but you have the bishops.
You have some.
But there is rook e8.
Yeah, rook e8, bishop f8, take on d5. Then you can start to take
There
on
is queen
f3.
g5. Queen g5 maybe. Let's see what
What has happened.
Let's look at the evaluation bar. It's a draw.
Yeah, it's so strange. Go back because I saw that.
So let's see.
What happened here?
So there was f4,
Mm-hmm.
bishop d2,
Mm-hmm.
knight d5,
Mm-hmm.
queen c2,
Mm-hmm.
queen d7. We weren't too happy with
But
black's position
On the
here.
other hand, well, you well.
Rook e1, rook f5, knight e6,
Mm-hmm.
queen d6.
Okay. Queen d6.
And now he played what you said.
Yeah, bishop take d5.
Bishop d5,
Mm-hmm.
knight d5.
And now you can play bishop take f4.
Yeah, he did.
Mm-hmm.
Bishop f4. And now came a shocker. And here he went wrong.
Yeah, take on. I thought immediately take on e5. Isn't that good?
I think bishop e5 is the move here.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Because you cannot take with on e6 because of bishop g7, so you have to take.
Mm.
And now... Aha, okay. The best move now is slightly surprising knight eg5
Mm-hmm.
with a fork on f7. Not difficult to find, but
What about
Obviously
take on h2? Check.
yeah, but I guess you can just
King
move
h1.
King h1, and there's also rook e8 coming.
Mm.
So, but in the game, white played knight c7, which was a big mistake according to the Silicon friend, because knight f3 check and queen takes f4.
That's so. Oh, what is happening here?
I told you, Joar is quite sharp.
Yes, I agree.
This knight e5 move he played here, that's excellent.
Very good defense.
Very good defense. Of course, it's lost, but it makes it complicated, and all the pieces are hanging everywhere, and that is the sort of, that is where the mistakes are made, right?
No, that again, like we said, we speak about luck in chess.
Yeah.
But you also need to give the opponent the possibility to make mistakes, and to you have to fight for your luck, and this is obviously what he's doing.
You have to feed his ghosts.
Yes. Yeah,
right.
That's a good one.
Yeah.
Yeah. Feed his ghosts. I like that one.
Feed his ghosts. Knight e5 is such a move. You see ghosts everywhere. They are dancing.
I can assure you that this was not in the calculation from White.
No.
This was a shocker, like.
You have this position and you sort of expect a resignation.
Yes.
And then your opponent just makes a completely crazy move that you haven't seen. And suddenly, ooh. But of course, bishop takes e5. I mean, this knight is
It's not so difficult.
No, it's not so difficult. But he played this move, and we have to check this, what's happening here. Actually, they played knight takes d5, queen g5. And now black is winning. What do you say about that?
Because rook e8, bishop h3, or
King.
Do you take on d5, or no? You play bishop h3. But
No.
No.
I think bishop b7 is the move here.
Oh, that's lovely move.
And suddenly, White's fantastic play is all gone. There is nothing left at all.
But look at this position. It's incredible.
Yeah.
I mean, White was completely winning.
Completely win. Now is it completely losing?
Oh my God!
So it will be.
Look at the bishops are beasts,
Yeah.
How fantastic in the position. Oh my! What a game!
So here we have.
Completely winning.
The computer says plus 5.3,
Yes,
which is quite good. 5.3 usually wins.
Yes.
And after 95, it's the same evaluation basically.
But because actually here you can even take with a pawn on e5, queen take on e6, and take on c7. You are 2 pawns up, and you have an easy win. I know. I just say that you can play safe here.
Yeah.
But to allow knight take f3 is it's.
And knight c7 is such a bad move. But we shouldn't be too critical because we have all done the same thing.
That's why we are
before.
commentators, because we try to avoid to do this kind of
we
mistakes.
Don't want,
show how bad we are. Yeah.
But when we see the mistakes, we recognize them.
Yes.
But I think
just like when
I'm wondering which ghost prevented him. Sometimes it's not a ghost; it's just the fact that
you can miss something.
But look at the times.
It's also strange.
He has all this time.
Yeah, I cannot believe that either. It's incredible.
Yeah, he thought for almost 13 minutes here.
And he played knight takes c7.
Yeah, because he had almost 40 minutes.
That's incredible.
Yeah, he's a good guy. I mean, he's a good player. Bishop takes e5.
And must be bishop take e5 only move.
Yeah, because queen takes, again, we can just take this guy, and then we pick up the queen with the rook here, so this is completely lost. So only move after this, after bishop takes e5, is bishop takes e5. And now there are many good moves. You could take with the pawn here.
Yeah, exactly. Take with the pawn on e5.
Take on c7.
And then take on c7.
Something like this.
I mean, this is so simple win, Such a simple win.
And you are 2 pawns up.
Yes.
Not only 1, 2. And you have a perfect position, and you have a very safe king, nothing to worry about. This would not have been the best, but it would have been quite good. So, but after in this position, the absolutely best move in this position here is this move, which is not difficult. You're threatening, you remove a threatened piece and threaten to win with the fork. And there are no moves here.
But I mean, take on h2 and play king g7 or something like that.
But that cannot be the reason why he didn't go for this. Yeah,
Why
okay.
not? Why not king g7?
Yeah. Let's remove this knight.
And queen f4. Oh, then okay. Then you have and rook h5, g3.
You can check here.
Or you can go to No, but at least it's not. I don't think it's super king g1. It's just winning, I guess.
You could play queen h6.
Then there is a check on.
But then we have a check here.
Yes.
And if nothing else, we can always play g4 and protect.
Yes.
I don't see. If you're a player of his caliber.
Yes. Yes.
You should, when you think for 15 minutes and you still have lots of time on the clock, you're not under any pressure.
But my point is, in this type of positions, when you play knight takes c7, you should be completely sure that you win, because otherwise you have this safe solution. That's what's also with 2 pawns up. You can always play that. So that's why this is such a strange decision, But he must have missed something very simple here,
Yeah.
Is this the game?
This is the game now, rook e3. But it's everything that was good with white's position is gone, and only the bad things are left.
Take.
So probably takes here.
And then play h5.
Yeah, this happened and he played rook g1. But now you still has 6 minutes for, 13 moves, but
queen f4.
This is not a difficult position to play.
Queen f4, and rook f8 or something like that.
Yeah, and d4 is going to fall at some point. And the bishops are just very strong. Well, it's still a game, but
hardly. I think the only thing is the time.
Yeah. According to the computer, it's like -4 almost. So it's something in between a rook and a piece. Deficit for white. Yeah, it's kind of sad to see this thing. It's a little bit like the game yesterday with Romanishin, where he had this fantastic position.
Yeah, exactly. You want them to win by their own skills, you could say, not by mistakes.
Yeah. But I've seen Joar do this, and he did exactly the same thing yesterday. So.
And you do look happy, Tom. So it's
well.
Okay.
I root for my guys. I
I
hope they win their games. And I think it's nice, and I think also you learn by the important. You said the fighting spirit, how important that is.
Yeah. But this is what I like with this one. The knight e5 is a fantastic, great way of trying to make problems.
You just make something extremely complicated, and you hope for a mistake, and he got it.
Okay, let's go to Edwin. Go to Edwin. Parkov's, they want us to check Parkov's game.
So we go to the second board. We have Vupala Pranith against Jair Parkov.
Yes.
And this is an interesting game. We have talked about it before. We said it was about equal. We couldn't decide if we wanted to be black or white.
But we said that it is easier to play black in this type of position.
Yeah. So in the game we had f4, queen h3, g6, rook g1, rook and white played f3 here.
Like we said.
Yeah, and black.
And now the queen is out of play in a way.
And now black immediately
now now white needs to do something probably.
And suddenly white just have to play this move. Or he would lose all his pawns on the queen side. So g3 is a good move actually. Rook takes. And now suddenly you see bishop takes g6 at some point, and attacks coming. Maybe it's a threat already, because you threaten maybe to take, and after taking, take with the rook, and then you exchange one rook and come with the other rook, and the queen comes, and it's just a complete mess. So in this position, he played rook g7 and rook to g2. And it's a mess.
No, but still, I think this should be, you have a check on e1.
Yeah, but then you play rook g1.
Yeah, okay.
Only move.
Of course.
I find that one.
But the question is, do you? I just say that this is, there is this possibility. So the question, if you play like queen, if you play like the queen somewhere, I wanted to play to queen to c3, but
What about check? Maybe threaten.
Queen e2.
Then you bishop d. No, yes. Then maybe this move. Something like this, queen e2.
Now the question is, if you sacrifice on g6, pawn take, rook take.
Yeah, maybe this is. But the queen protects.
My idea was to play like.
Yeah, it's not so clear because if you take back and the king,
there might be a draw.
The king goes down to e8. I mean, it's not so clear. So I don't know. It's not 100% clear. Yeah, this is still a game. I would think that this game, even though it's even, according to the silicon monster here, we can see that it gives fairly equal game on the evaluation bar, but that doesn't mean it's a draw.
But the bishop take g6 seems to be a draw.
In this position, yeah. Let's have a look at that.
But that seems still, this is the main idea, of everything,
Something like this. Yeah. And now I guess you take back. Take.
What you take back?
What happens?
No, and then now I think it's queen f5.
But isn't that the draw?
No, it's a draw. Now queen c8, and it will be a draw. But here it's white who is forcing the play, so you don't want to play this with black,
I'm not saying that. I'm just sort of illustrating what would happen. If
yeah, sure.
And I don't think white plays for a win in this position. White, I would say white is fighting for a draw here. Of course, you can have the hope that black goes wrong, but I don't know.
So if you do not want to allow this, what should you do with black then? Should you play like?
Well, of course, black could. Well, there's always the fact that white has a pawn more, right? So if let's say you go for, protection,
but is it protection? That was my point.
No, maybe not. Maybe that's a losing move. No, but then you can play rook. You can just protect. I mean, let's do this. Let's say we play like this.
Now you have maybe rook h6.
Yeah, this is true.
And maybe king f8, but
yeah, king f8.
But
probably no. Probably this maybe this is good now. It's not 100% clear. It threatens mate, and you cannot take because it's mate in 2. So if you go here, then we have a check here, and if you go here now, then there's queen h4,
king d7.
You have to play here.
Then maybe there will be a draw anyway, or you have queen f6 or something beautiful.
Some beautiful move.
Queen f6.
That's a nice move.
Look at this move.
Yeah, that's a beauty. And if you take it, then you mate with the rooks on the 7th and 8th. That's nice.
Yeah.
So there are real queen c7. I mean, I'm just
actually quite smart played by white. To do this because if
but I think there are other ways to protect yourself. Could you make
rook f6, then queen c8?
Then you have queen c8. Then it's a draw, of course.
Yes. So maybe that is the best move in this position.
Could be. I'm not sure.
Because if you play e4, that is not anything.
I was looking at that now.
Because if you take,
you could take with the bishop if you want to.
Okay. And if you take with the knight, then you have a check on e6 and take with the queen maybe.
Yeah, also.
Because now you have a check on e1 and take on e4 check, and that might be
That's a draw.
dangerous. Yeah, but you take on c4 after that as well. You know, so
Yeah, it's true. But yeah, it should be a draw anyway. I think you keep the b pawn.
But I just think that here queen e6 check is enough.
Yeah, this is true.
Quite simply winning.
No, but I don't believe in e4.
No, me neither.
So, but I think if you play queen e1, wasn't that a draw? Wasn't this a draw? Somehow? Some queen somewhere?
Mm-hmm.
You want to take here?
Yeah.
Let's see this.
Mm-hmm.
We checked this, right? Wasn't it a draw? Am I wrong? You can go to h7, but then the king e8 looks like... But
and here it's probably a draw, yeah.
Yeah, the king has to go between f7 and e8.
Maybe you can play like queen, rook e6, but then
you take it.
And queen take, and then you have another draw. Maybe
that's another draw.
Yes.
No, but black has this mate here, so probably it's a draw. I would say that's my guess. But
what an interesting game it became in the end, you know, because this was a very interesting this position. You know? Okay, let's go on to next one. We have. What do you think about Ken Skog's game? I have here.
Well, we haven't checked that.
No, we haven't checked it. But let's go to Trost first. I just want to see what is happening in Trost game. Okay, it's okay. Yeah,
this is a queen sending.
Yeah.
And maybe we should just see how this occurred. Because we had this position. And... well, we actually had this position.
And we said that
and he took these checks, just as we said. And then queen c4, king e7, and h4.
Okay.
And this looks logical, I think. h5.
Okay.
King h2, f5, queen g8.
Now white is going for try to be given checks.
Checks and passed pawn. The thing is, once you have a passed pawn, you don't have to worry about your own king's safety anymore, because you can just walk around. Because the only thing the opponent can do is to make.
And here it's very important to get your pawns rolling. So c4 or something like that is needed. No, queen e5 first is better, of course, just to get your queen ready. And here the pawns are not so important. Like if you compare it with to start rolling, you know.
The only important, for black, king safety is important because you have to shield against the perpetual. But you also need to push your pawn. White will try to push his pawns. He will play h5, try to get
maybe you should
some
play
counter.
f4 here.
Yeah, you could do that.
Because then you might threaten some checkmates and so on.
Yeah, maybe queen g7 and things like that. Try to go for the...
You can play h5, and if it gives check on b5, you move on to king to d4. Yeah, he played this. Yeah, good. Because now if you give check, king take, and if you take the queen, you take back with the king, and your c pawn will promote and you will win. And the king can come to the... I think Erik is going to win this. That's my feeling.
Can you play king g4?
Maybe that is the best choice, actually.
Not to be trapped in this corner.
True.
That's
true. That's a good move.
After queen g7, maybe you can just take on f4 and
Of course.
I don't know, but this is still interesting. I think there are so many interesting games. We should move on. Yeah. So we will look at this one.
Yes.
Okay, so we have gotten an ending here. At least white didn't get mated.
Yes,
that's
can be happy.
Something. But we can still check with the computer, and it's completely lost. Yeah, the pair of bishops is winning. Okay, so we look at Trost.
And what is happening here?
Yeah, now the situation seems to be quite good for white, according to the evaluation bar, which we always
Because
follow.
here you can take on g8 and play bishop to d5, c4 check. I don't know if it's good, but I just saw the possibility.
Mm-hmm.
You can also play bishop to...
You could play bishop g6 actually,
Mm-hmm.
and there is a queen d4 check. That's the I think the biggest problem here for black.
And what about queen d5?
So what did he
Queen
do?
d5 in that position?
Shall we just go back and see the moves?
Mm-hmm.
So bishop g8 was played,
Mhm.
and we said that he has an idea coming with the queen.
Yes.
Queen d2,
Mm-hmm.
queen a5, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Queen h5, I mean.
That was the idea you had to
Knight
go.
c3. Yeah, I wanted to try and explore this.
Mm-hmm.
Rook f6 was obviously not the best move.
Mm-hmm. In a way, it's weakening the bishop on g8. you know.
Yeah. Rook g2.
I thought you were going to... Wait. I thought he was going to play queen to g2. Queen f7. Why is this...
Well, there is a computer line here. I can see that there is in this position you can take,
Oh, yeah.
King takes,
Okay.
and then you have this.
That's a good move.
Yeah, you have this. Trick.
Yes, actually, you can see, yeah.
And suddenly everything works.
Yeah, but because also the black king is so much
Yeah,
weaker than the...
you're stripping all the defenses, and now you can continue with
Yeah,
moves
but
like queen
that was
g2,
not.
rook
That
c1.
was not. It
It
even
wasn't
though
so easy.
No, but it was
And
also
actually, he missed
to understand.
Yeah, and he missed this move.
Mhm.
Bishop g6. Bishop g6 wins immediately here,
Mm-hmm.
but he didn't play that.
Wait. Queen d5. What is happening after? If you go, then bishop is hanging anyway. Maybe.
Yeah.
I thought you could maybe, because I thought it was a check on a2, king c1, but then you can go up to d2, so you do not have to be afraid.
True.
Mm-hmm.
So in the game,
Mm-hmm. What about the time? Okay, only 3. Okay.
there was
Mm-hmm.
rook takes f2 by
Mhm.
white,
Mm-hmm.
bishop takes,
Mm-hmm.
and rook f1.
Mm-hmm.
And now it's not so clear. Yeah, queen takes h2. Who is better here? Suddenly black is a pawn up.
Mm-hmm. And queen c3,
Queen e5.
you have queen a5.
So we'll just check the evaluation bar for a second.
Mm-hmm.
And it gives close to equal game.
Mm-hmm.
And that's my impression also. White still has a nice formation with the bishop on d3, pawn on c2 and so on. But the attack was lost,
Mm-hmm.
unfortunately.
But what about a move like knight to c3?
Yeah, playable. Let's see. So knight c3.
Just because now knight e4 is...
Yeah, the computer tells us that bishop g3 is very strong.
Because you can take on
F1,
f1 in
yeah.
between. I didn't see that.
No.
And that's easy to miss, actually.
Yeah,
so,
that's easy to miss.
Mm.
So we have to check the times, and Edwin has 10 minutes, 11 minutes against 3 minutes, which means that even though it's even according to the computer, it's much easier for white to play because he has time. If black makes something unexpected, he can think and he can find a good move.
But it's also, still it is like this, one little mistake by black and you're losing immediately.
Yeah, but white could also lose.
Yeah, but it's, bigger chance that, if you look at this.
It's
that,
true. But I mean, let's give black the move. What happens? Well, you can play bishop d4, for instance, and start exchanging maybe white's pieces and get an ending that's winning. This is possible.
No, this will be interesting for sure.
So we had some
Maybe
call
just queen
for Kenneskog here. Yeah.
He's playing against
to me,
Bartosz.
yeah, I would say draw. is likely. Some chances for white, but
he will play for a long time.
yeah, he will play for a long time. But I would, if I had to bet on this, I would definitely go for a draw here.
Yes, I agree.
So
because also he can be active with king e4 or king d4 or something like that.
yeah, not.
But I don't think she should go back, because then, you know, if you play like king f6 or something like that, then white can start to move up with the king to d4.
Yeah,
And, you know.
the problem for black is that he has nothing to attack.
No.
Everything is on black squares, so the bishop is really just jumping around.
But I think it's very important to move forward with the king.
Yeah, maybe.
Because if you go back, then you will be, you know, king comes up and then...
The plan, we can just make some bad moves and see what happens. Let's say we go back. Let's do nothing for a while and see what happens. And then the king, take this away. And then the king... No, it's... So. Nothing is happening here. King f6. Okay, king e3. It's black's move. King e6. King here. Let's make some really bad moves. Here, let's say we move the bishop. We come here, and now we have this technique that you just attack the king. You cannot exchange. The pawn ending is lost, so the king moves away. Now you advance with the king, and black has to sort of wait here, and then you come with the knight again, attack, and suddenly you have won this pawn, and then winning. The game is winning. So that's the problem. You can always attack the king, even if it's on a white or a black, it doesn't matter. You can always. So you're right about that. You have to move forward here. So king f6 loses the way we showed, but maybe go here.
Because then it is difficult to see. Because also that, you know, the bishop can dominate the knight, but more important is that white really needs the king to be with him. If you know.
For sure.
At least this is what I guess.
Yeah, this is most likely a draw. And now you also have the idea you can maybe even advance the pawn to h4 to exchange. Because if you take it, then it's definitely a draw.
But on the other hand, then if you take on g3, king take g3, then you have at least you have a h pawn.
Yeah, but maybe.
So I'm not sure you want to do that actually.
Maybe not. I don't know. Maybe you could even go to h3 at some point. Maybe it's not so easy. Yeah, it depends. Maybe not. Probably you don't want to do that. I would say this is still a game. It will go on.
Yeah, it will. He will continue.
Theodore has excellent drawing chances, but it's not certain. It's not certain. So let's go back again to the top, and we go in for this Parkov game. Oh,
yeah.
We almost have the position we looked at. So rook g1, queen takes. Okay.
We exactly.
Yeah.
And this will be a draw.
And this is a draw. We have already looked at this. Yeah, it will be this queen f5, king e8, king e8, queen c8, and you can never go up here, I think.
No, not now also, because then you can play queen to c7.
No, you play this first.
Even that.
Because of the king f6, you mate on e8.
Knight
f8,
and knight d7. The queen is hanging in this line, you know.
Yeah. So it's lost. Yeah. So it will be a draw. Yeah, it will be a draw.
Okay, that's quite fair.
Yeah. Then we have Eric. Yeah, he played king g4. There was a check. This and take.
I think that was correct, actually.
Yes. So the question is, can black somehow escape checks? Probably yes.
And it was the batteries.
Oh, yeah. So the question is if, I don't know.
Maybe you should play like king e3. Because there are two rules, you know. You know, either you try to get your king in front of the opponent's pawns, or as far away as possible
It's
when,
true.
when it's very few, because
You don't want to be sort of in between.
no, exactly, because then there can be checks, and there can be like, you know, in between, you put in between your queen and the check, and you know, give check back, so on. So I just, because otherwise, you know, if black has got, actually it's not so bad to have these 3 pawns connect, you know, like on c file d, because it can be protection against checks.
But let's try it out.
Mm.
So let's give a check here just to see
and go
what happens.
back.
You want to go down?
E2, I thought.
Because now we could check and take this pawn,
Mm.
but you don't worry about that.
Well, worry, but king E, yes. And what I thought was maybe a better move is king d4 actually.
Yes, of course.
But okay, then maybe give a check. Maybe okay, yes, check on a7, then c5. You cannot give a check on g7 because the queen is protected. So maybe this is good, you know, but this is difficult.
King d4 looks like a strong move.
King d4 was a strong move.
But the question is,
but that was this is not the position, huh?
No. But my question was, if you do this, what happens then? Probably go back.
Yes, exactly. That was.
And now, if you take this guy,
give a check. Start to give checks, you know.
Yeah. So where?
A8, I think. Or maybe B5 is better. Probably B5 is better. Yeah. And then B7.
And then if you go here, now you have this check maybe. And you have all the checks.
Or maybe you can even give a check on E4 and take the pawn endgame.
Yeah, that would be interesting. That's an interesting choice. Can we go here? You have to stop.
On C2 maybe simply.
Yeah.
So it wasn't possible. But sometimes this is possible to play like this, you know. But here black will win.
Yeah.
Okay, so.
But this just proves that you have so much calculation, and these queen endings are a horror to play.
Yeah, you have to calculate.
There are so many calculations.
Yes.
And it's so easy to misplay it. But the question is, for white here, king e3 was the suggestion, but after queen g1, maybe it's not so easy to find a continuation, right?
H5?
Now, yeah, this is a possibility. I was thinking now, maybe we could...
because if you cannot do, you know, anything like this,
so
then you should start to run, you know, with your pawn, you know.
Yeah, of course. Maybe you should do this now.
Why not go...
well, you don't want to be stuck in between. You want to go here? Yeah. Yeah, it's not... Yeah, maybe you're right. Just push the pawn. White definitely have some chances here. It's not.
No. Because and again, you know, he needs to have his pawn rolling here. You know, that is very important to get counterplay.
I can tell you that in the game, Queen A5 was played instead of this King E3. And
C5.
If King D4, do you take on C5, C7 then? Probably you do, right? Threatening the pawn on D6. So
C5 was at least what I thought was going to come.
So it's not clear, but this could be but then you don't have the protection around the king, so it's unclear.
Okay, you can play it. You can play it, and then you play Queen 8, you know, King D4, take on C7, check on H2, and then play C3. No, on H2.
You want to check here?
Yeah. And then play C3. And then C2.
Yeah. And then you threaten Queen G1.
Maybe it's just winning, actually.
And just getting this pawn down here. So maybe we should play King D4. Maybe that's the better move. I don't know. So let's see this.
Check on A8.
What about you want to go check?
That's what I thought of, because then you cannot push it immediately, the pawn, you know.
But you could also play h5 if you want to.
Yes.
Hoping to get your king here. I think that's a nice square.
But then queen d2 maybe.
But then you take it.
Sorry, then it's not a good move.
Yeah. So maybe. But okay. This is also interesting. Here. Check. Here.
And now maybe h5 then.
And black's king is in the way. Yeah. Also good. Very interesting. So anything can happen.
So that's why maybe king d4 is better, you know.
Yeah, that's what I because suddenly you're really, because usually pawns don't.
No, they don't matter so much.
They don't matter that much. So it was this, and now you wanted this check, right?
Well, it's a suggestion,
like,
but you know.
Yeah, something like this, and now just push.
You can actually even give a check on g3 in this if you play king g5.
Yeah, but I like to control this c2.
Yeah, but
okay,
because you get like pawns for free, you know.
Probably white would in reality play this.
And then you play c3.
And now you play this. So now you need to get checking, but it's not so easy, right?
Exactly.
But there is this check and pin plan. So we go here, check, and you probably advance.
Yes, I do.
And we continue checking.
And I go down.
And then go down, and now we have the pin.
Yes.
I don't know if you should pin there or on a5, but this is probably good. You keep. And now you start walking with the other pawn. This is usually it's not so easy to break through, right? But of course, as you said, the king is sort of a little bit too close, and there are checks, so you would like to have it somewhere up in the corner.
What about, can you play check on g1 and then queen c5?
And then if we go up, you have the immediate win, so you have to go down here, or maybe here. Is that better? I don't know.
Okay, my idea is to play queen to c5.
Yeah. So
to start to push, you know.
So we need to check here, but then you can go down here. This pawn is actually in the way.
This looks winning now.
Yeah, this is winning.
It is winning. Yeah.
No, I think the position is winning, but
the possibilities of giving all these checks and so on.
Yeah, it's still a game. So let's look at Joar. Yeah, he's just winning the game, as far as I can see. This rook is not playing, and well, there is some technical problems left, but I think he's going to win. So what do we have here?
Edwin.
So black has collected the a pawn. Let's go back. So we had this position, and there was an exchange. He could have won with bishop g6 here, but he didn't. See that? So black won a pawn. Queen b4.
Yes.
Queen e5 take. Bishop c5. Yeah.
But actually, it's not. I think that Edwin is playing a little bit. You know, he's keeping up the tension. You know, so that it will not be. Okay, that's a trick.
Yeah. Well, there's always queen e1. That's the thing. So. b3. b3 is probably good, but of course c3 is a little bit weak now. But white is better here, I would say. I would give white an advantage.
Yes.
Black lost the a pawn. Let's see what the computer says here, just for fun. Yeah. Not overwhelming, but still, it's like almost a pawn advantage for white.
But it's also this that you have the possibilities of going for. Tactics with white. The king is safer. There are these checks and the forks. So no doubt it's easier again to play white.
Yeah.
So in that sense, and with better time, I guess still. Yes, much better time.
There is a threat here now to play bishop c4 and then rook g1. No, not rook. If black takes the pawn, that's then you have this move, I think. and then you have rook g1.
Mm.
Or queen takes b7, depending on what black plays. So it's some tricks here. I don't know what to play with black. You would like to get the bishop back to e5 now.
Yes, that's right.
Right?
Was this played?
No.
This was you.
That was not played. But I don't know what to play here. I don't like the black position so much.
No, you know, you need to coordinate your pieces, and you haven't been able to do that, you know. I don't know if you should you play b6?
Something. Somewhat. To play this with black, you need to be very, very careful and also aggressive, I think. You need to put pressure on white. If white gets to play all his moves, I think it will be
because I
difficult.
thought b6, bishop to c4, maybe you can play rook takes c4 and go for that position.
Well, maybe now you can actually move the queen because the bishop still...
Yeah, but if you take it, you can take it maybe. Maybe it's good.
Yeah,
You know?
maybe.
Because if you take with the queen, you swap off, and you even have a pawn on a3 you can take, you know.
Yeah. Yeah, maybe. It's not a bad idea. Still, the rook is very strong. I mean, it's.
But the h pawn and you
but
take.
but if you take here, then we have maybe some checks here.
Go back.
Maybe
Queen
go back.
f7.
Yeah.
But I thought about maybe taking on a. I don't know if you should take on a3 instead. You know.
Yeah, probably.
Queen g6. The point with this is that, you know, this could be a way for black to play suddenly a game where you have
chances also.
maybe some chances as well, you know, due to this h pawn and so on. But
no, but I
like
think
you
you're
said,
right.
that rook is stronger, you know. But
so I think we'll just have to wait and see. It's a position that's very difficult to play. So many options, and black has an open king. But the white king is also a bit open. If you get a queen or a bishop to the long diagonal, it could be very dangerous. So I think we should go forward.
So we had a draw. We had draws on all the those in the lead. So that means that no one will have 4 wins, huh?
No.
So everything is a draw.
Yeah. So how was this? They just took a draw. Yeah. So that was.
But that's 26 moves.
Yeah,
that's not
but it
allowed.
It was
it's a repetition.
Repetition.
Okay.
Cheating. So, things are happening.
I think we recognize this position. If this is the correct, is exactly what we.
Yeah, this was our suggestion.
You're tempted to say that he plays good when they follow your instructions, but
or bad maybe,
or maybe bad. Exactly, that's what I was up to.
So
probably
king g4 was the best. And then you had this idea with queen g1 to c5 at one point. If white tries to pin the pawn,
But c3 will be good.
Yeah. So no, Eric will win this game.
Yeah, he will win this.
I'm quite convinced.
But that means that he will be also among the leaders, you know.
Yeah, he will.
And Sivuk is also
there. And Joar will also be.
Yes, Joar as well.
He will be there.
And
most likely.
And if Edwin is, making.
Okay, queen e7 was played.
Okay.
Defending the pawn.
Actually, I like that move.
Yeah.
That was a good move, I think.
Yeah, probably. So that was that.
So what do you think about this position now? Because,
well, I still believe white should be a little bit better, but I'm not going to bet on it. Maybe at some point you actually threaten to take on a3. Now. There is rook g1, but yeah, I think Edwin has had many chances to win this game quite easily.
Yes.
And he has not taken those chances, so I don't know. We'll see what happens. But
this is logical to get it away from keeping the bishop away from the long diagonal. But it's not so. But okay, you know, the knight g3, knight h5, and this kind of stuff could also be, you know, maybe happening.
But maybe black plays a solid move here with the rook, maybe somewhere here. Is that possible? Maybe get the rook to g5 at some point. Shielding the king.
Yeah.
Blocking the knight.
The white queen is a bit off.
Yeah. And now suddenly you could, you know, start thinking about moving this bishop here.
What about b4?
Yeah, you can play b4.
Yes, I can.
And then things happen. Maybe. I don't know.
I mean, it's a bit dangerous, of course, because maybe if you play bishop... My point was that the queen might come back, you know, if you play... Maybe you can play bishop e3.
Maybe this.
Okay.
Where's the rook going? Maybe you can play rook. I don't know, rook f1?
Rook h5.
Rook h5. That's a nice move. We always have bishop c6 if we want to sort of save the day. Maybe it's good. Where's the queen going?
h5.
Where with the queen?
a5.
Yeah. I don't know. Move here, perhaps.
Queen f5 is winning it almost done.
Is it winning? You threaten to check, and then maybe rook.
That was the idea with b4 to get the queen into play.
But is this winning really? Maybe. I'm not 100% convinced about that.
Okay.
So you go for your check.
What about even in this position to take on h6? But okay.
Maybe check here.
Check. It's okay.
But then we have rook.
But still, I think when the queen comes over,
I agree.
You know,
I agree with you.
It seems like you want to.
Yeah, I agree with you. Actually, he played rook g4.
No, was it? Where do you see that?
Here, the red.
It's red.
Square,
It's red square. I see. Okay.
That's the latest move, so to speak. We can take away the. We can do like this. Take away everything after.
So then but of course, b4 is a difficult move to play. You know.
Well, this time it worked, but next analysis maybe it doesn't work. You know what I mean?
Yeah. But still, b4. You know, you will bring in your queen to f5 at least. You know, so it
I
will
played
be.
bishop d5. That was sort of just trying out the move. I'm not so sure about that. Maybe, even though I didn't see the win in the line you showed, but I agree with you.
But at least
At least it looks like something. So probably he won't do that. But on the other hand, what can you do? You always play queen f5. So.
In a way, this shows at least that it's easier to play white because it's like white has got tricks at least, in a way. So I think still, how much time? What time do they have? How can you see that?
The time, well, to see the time, we need to go back to the, because in this the analysis you don't see the
because
times.
now they get this new half an hour.
Yeah, they have gotten it already.
Yeah.
So they have about half an hour each. So
but
it's a very tricky position.
Let's look about Kenneskog, just to see what he did. I want to see. Okay, good.
Nothing happened.
No, but at least he didn't go
Backwards.
no too much.
Too much. But king f3,
Mm-hmm.
he has gone backwards. He played king d5.
Why did he do that? It is a little bit tricky.
Well, you cannot attack on the king side because the bishop
Mm-hmm.
holds this square.
Mhm.
Else you could do
So
something.
king
here.
f3 must be the move.
Yeah, of course.
And then king d4, of course.
Yes.
Because g4 now, how is that? Then you simply take and play king e4. Or?
I don't know. Can you take with the knight? Or is bishop h5? But you're not afraid of that exchange, are
Check
you?
on c6, king e, something like that maybe.
But h6 is hanging.
Mm.
Now you lose the h pawn.
Yeah, this is dangerous.
Yeah.
So the question is if this maybe it's more difficult than we thought.
Let's just check the
Mhm.
computer for a second. And
Mhm.
it still gives
Yeah.
equal game. But that doesn't mean that white cannot win. Because these things can be very tricky. And in the end, you have to make the exact moves several times in a row to make a draw. It's not so easy. No, I think, I would say in this position, it's maybe a 50-50
50-50.
between win for white and a
And look
draw.
at the times.
Yeah. So
Because he will continue till Kenneth Skogas got, in this 30 seconds.
he's going to waltz around and threaten and try all the time. And yeah, it's not such a nice position to play for black. But probably it's a draw, objectively. Yeah. Okay, so shall we go back again? So we have Eric. So
He played this,
we played,
h5, instead of,
yeah, but now it must be lost, right?
well, you think so? Yeah, of course it is. The
No,
question
we
is
are
more
so,
how to do it.
so close with the.
c2 and start push pawns. Or is it better to give some checks first, or queen e5, or I don't know.
Queen e5 looks like an interesting.
Yeah, what
move.
about that? Because or can you take
Oh,
and play
it's a draw.
h6? Yeah, you can take and play h6. That's a big mistake, of course.
Yeah.
No,
Well, the question is there a point to checking, like for instance on g1,
g1 might be good.
like this?
Yeah, that's what a little bit in line with the variation we had before, because
Well, you can move forward if you want to, but now we protect the c1 square, and maybe we can start walking with the king somehow. I don't know. So what do we do here? We go here.
I thought about, is it smart to play queen to d4?
Yeah. That's one of the rules in the Queen's Ending. When you stop checking, stop with your queen in the center. Don't have the queen on the board,
No,
on the
that's
side
right.
or the,
No,
the
that's
corner.
right.
So
No.
this looks like a very good move. It prevents, it stops the h pawn, and it prevents a lot of checks. And now c2 looks like a winner. Yeah, this wins. This is the way to do it. I think queen g1 very strong. I don't think it matters where the king goes. If it goes here, I think we can still go here. Now we can actually go here because we have a check on h1 later.
Exactly.
So king h3 is not helpful at all.
No, then it's
simple.
then it's quite simple actually.
But
okay.
So we're happy with that. Let's see what Joar is doing. He's just winning. It seems like he's almost going to win the rook. I mean,
Yes,
g4,
G4.
h4. It's just going to be, and he has everything protected over here. And yeah, it's what a game. And here,
And he's so angry at himself, you know.
the opponent, yeah.
Yeah.
Of course, and when he gets back, and he saw this move and he didn't want to do it because he wanted to do this because it seemed to be better, and yeah, you know.
I like this move, Queen A5. Maybe it's, you know, because you might be ready for, you know, Queen D. No, okay.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know what's it doing.
No, it's more like, you know, you putting up the pressure.
You
know.
want to give a check here.
It's open up some more possibilities, and you know this B4 idea that we saw before,
Yeah.
and so on. So I don't know. It's just like, but okay. What about B4 in the last? Was it good? Because I'm not sure B4 was a good move, but I wonder if you know, if you check with what does the computer say, you know. It might also be this type of move where it simply lose, you know.
I don't think so. Let's see. Yeah,
You see, it's not a good move.
Yeah, Bishop E3. We played Bishop D5 and then Bishop E3. Bishop E3 immediately. But I mean,
this is impossible to see. Bishop B3, Queen F5. You don't understand why.
well, now you have H7 protected. That's a big
That's
difference.
good.
Yeah. So Bishop D5 was not so, because the bishop ended up on C6, and then you got some chances, even though it wasn't really winning. Maybe it was some play. Yeah. So this is
okay.
Anyway. So that was that.
So maybe you'll have a chance to get a supporter to you, Tom, that can show a game.
Yeah, sure. But should we finish here?
Okay, we can finish this game first, and we do it a little bit quickly, and then we are done with this.
So now this we have already, we don't check that, so let's...
You are one, yeah, he gave up.
Ah yeah, you are one in this position.
Okay, this was the position.
Ah, they exchanged rooks. He played rook c4, and there was an exchange, and g4, and the rook is trapped. So it wins.
Yes.
Very nice.
This we know.
Yeah.
It's
Eric is still playing, and he's winning. So yeah.
We have Kenneskog is the one that is most interesting. Okay. Now,
what's happening here?
yeah, you can see what is happening now. Look at the bar. No. Yeah. Knight c4 check and knight d6.
And how does it win after bishop g6? Is it g4 and f5?
G or h3 maybe.
So, shall we look at it?
Yeah, we can look at it. Okay.
So this
Knight c4 check.
This is the move. And
King f3.
King f3. Knight d6. And we have to protect. If we play bishop here, then you can attack, right? So, but let's say here. Let's see what it says. Oh, just king h3, right? Zugzwang, is it? Yeah, because if you go here, then we go here.
Exactly.
And we win the pawn, yeah.
Or it played h5 and it will be lost.
Yeah, then you lose. Then you
No, this is the danger with this type of positions. So, okay, so it seems like he has got a very difficult problem.
Theodore is losing. So, okay, so...
Introduce.
Yeah, Mr. Oratovsky, come here. We will look at your game. Unfortunately, I don't have it on the computer because you were not playing at the DGT board, right?
I was playing 16.
Ah, you were on the 16th board. Okay, excellent.
Yes, we have it.
Yeah, okay. We never came to this game because we only have a number. We can only look at like 8 games or something.
Okay.
So we'll check it out. But why don't you introduce yourself a little bit? Where do you come from?
Okay, now I live in Spain.
Yes.
Yes, I'm from former Soviet Union.
Which part?
I born in Moldavia,
Yes.
and then I immigrated to Israel, and then to Spain. Last 25 years, I live in Spain.
Yeah. Okay.
And since 2002, I'm a grandmaster and a former student of Botvinnik Kasparov Chess School.
Nice.
From 86 till 89. When I was 12 years old, 15 years old.
Okay. That's nice. And do you play professionally chess, or what do you do?
Now mostly coach.
Coach, yeah.
Mostly.
This is very common.
I'm
way
playing
to go.
some close tournaments, some leagues,
Yeah.
just to be in form. But
Okay.
mostly I'm giving lessons. Yes.
Okay, great. And you play against David Eggleston from England.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Have you played him before?
No, but I remember that I made a preparation for one of my students against him exactly in this line.
Really?
Yeah.
When was that? Long time ago?
Oof, no, a few years, maybe
Okay.
4 or 5 years ago.
Okay. And you play white and you started with e4.
Yes.
Best by test.
So let's go. Yes, French
Yeah,
defense,
French.
Tarrasch variation, knight d2,
Yeah.
knight f6, e5.
Yeah.
Okay, I will not speak a lot about the opening.
No,
okay. we just continue a little bit. Yeah.
Yeah, we will
Yeah, we will
take it as it comes a little
yes,
bit.
like
So
this.
far, very normal moves, nothing special.
Not really. Actually, knight f3 it's a rare setup. It's Korchnoi Tarrasch setup. Mostly people they play here bishop d3 with knight e2 and then another knight to f3. Yes. So this setup is connected with a pawn sacrifice on d4, and this is a very sharp setup, and I like to play this way.
Yeah.
So bishop e7, yes.
But we can see here that there are many games played with this. It's not unique, so to speak. Well known. So bishop d3, yes.
Yes, bishop e7, castle.
Yeah.
Yeah, and g5. This is actually a main line in this position. Okay, black can play also a5, queen b6, g5. But g5 looks, this looks a bit dangerous for white. But in fact, my next move was a surprise for my opponent.
Yeah, you played knight b1.
I played knight b1, yes. This is not the first time that I play knight b1. In similar position, similar setup, I played the knight b1 move against Bogdan Lalic, maybe 15 years ago. The famous guy who always says that chess is beautiful.
Yeah. You know, he played the Rilton Cup. I think he won it once.
Probably. Yes.
Yeah.
So knight b1 is not my first time. So the idea to go with knight back. So I gonna neutralize black's idea g4, attacking pawn on d4. So if I hold pawn on d4, then all this g5, h5, all this is just weaknesses. So knight e1 now. And I'm offering to exchange g4 pawn for d4 pawn. So, and the line, actually the interesting line here is he took on d4, yes. Till now it's correct. Yeah, and actually probably the only move here is knight takes d4, but then I play queen g4.
Yeah.
Yes, queen g4, knight c6, back. Then I go queen g7, and here we have a nice tactics.
Yeah.
Knight c6 back.
The internet is a bit slow, that's why it's difficult to analyze. But it will come just in a second. Yeah.
Queen g7, rook f8, then knight f3 here. Yes, so my idea is simple, bishop h6, queen takes h7, or knight g5. But there is a trick. Knight c takes e5 here. It's not the end.
Yeah, and then bishop f6.
Yeah, exactly. Knight f5, bishop f6, but then knight f7, just simple, bishop takes g7, and then knight d8, king d8, and then I just grab a pawn on h7, bishop takes. I have a pawn up, king is not so well, and it's better position for it. This was the best option.
This is your preparation, or is it something?
Yes, this is known. It was known for me, of course. And but he chose the wrong move, h5. Yes. So now I just hold my structure in the center by playing bishop e3. Knight c2 also was a good move. And we just can see that all this advancing pawn h5 and g4 is just for nothing.
Right.
Just a bad idea. So go bishop back. So f3 break at some point we can. Yes, bishop g5, knight c3.
Everything comes out, yeah.
Yeah. Now I decide take on g5. Yes. This looks simple.
Queen d2. The computer says Queen d2.
Queen g2 is
yeah.
also okay, yeah, but
Yeah.
bishop takes g5 for me, for human, it's easier to play this
Yeah.
one. And f4 break.
Yeah.
I like this idea. So
Mhm.
if he's not taking on 3, then I play f5.
Yeah. So,
So
now you counter on the side where he tried to attack, right?
Yes, yes. So
Yeah.
f5 is pushing, so he should take. Knight
Yeah.
f3, queen e3,
Queen.
king h1. Yeah, for human it's more logical to play this position than
Oh yeah.
than queen d2. Yeah, because and here it was a critical position to get a correct decision. So I should do something with queen on a3. It disturbs my coordination between my pieces. So I found a quite simple maneuver: rook c1, knight a4, rook c3. Also development, and also kick the queen from this place on e3. So it was logical.
He
h4,
still
knight
tries
a4.
some
Yes,
attack here.
h3 I don't care. So my idea is rook c3 to play.
Now he plays f6.
Yeah, what to do?
This looks
otherwise?
very suicidal to me.
Yeah, but what to do is, if not f6, how to develop the pieces?
Yeah.
He's
no, but
absolutely stuck.
Yes, he has gone completely wrong here.
Yeah.
So you played rook c3,
rook
of
c3.
course. Yeah.
Yes, queen h6, and
Queen
here I
h6.
was in time pressure. It was very funny idea here. Knight takes h4, very unusual move, unusual tactics.
Ah.
Yes, and it looks
And
good.
rook h3. Yeah?
And rook h3, yes. Any
So
move
we
rook
will
h3.
just show this for the audience.
Yes,
That,
it's nice tactics.
you have this
Yes.
idea, and then you just take the rook.
Yeah. And if he takes on e5, then still rook h3, and it looks winning. It looks winning.
You mean here?
Of course, yeah. Rook h3 here, yes.
Yeah.
It looks winning. I have too many threats here.
Yeah, this is horrible.
But yes, finally I decided to go for more solid with time pressure.
But you were checking this, and you
Yeah, it was my initial idea to do
Yeah.
this. And I went for more logical, more knight b6, very important to paralyze his queen side, and then knight e5. Yeah, this is more, how to say, more solid, more human decision.
Right.
So now, yes. It's nice idea that if he takes on e5, d take e5, knight e4, then I give him a mate, queen a4 check, and then rook takes e8 and queen d7 mate.
Right. We'll show that.
Yeah.
So knight e4.
No, if he takes, if knight e4.
Ah,
then
yeah,
knight
you
is-
mean this.
If he takes,
Yeah.
yes. Then d take e4,
Yeah.
d take e5,
And
knight
now-
e4, and then queen a4 check from
Yeah.
other side.
And
Yeah.
then he can go here,
Rook,
but then
rook
you
c7.
just...
Rook c7, but.
Yeah.
Knight
you-
g3, knight g3.
Yeah, you won't check, yes, of course.
Yeah, because knight g3
So
is a
check
threat.
here and
And then
check.
rook c8 mate. Yes,
and
and
there's
then
a-
mate. Yeah.
Yeah. Excellent.
Yes.
So,
So-
he castled.
And then rook f3, simple.
Yeah.
Yeah, so my idea is knight g4. And so
So he tried to defend here.
yes, in worst case, I just exchange everything, absolutely everything, and I get an endgame, knight b6 against rook and bishop. He cannot move.
Yeah.
This is my
Yeah.
the last,
The-
yes.
Yeah.
And
These pieces are very bad here.
mhm.
So in the game, he played knight h7 to try to.
Bishop d3, yes. Yeah. Take queen
Now
takes.
you have a fantastic
so-
attack here.
Yes, even if I don't find a mate, I just again if he takes on e5 first, for example, I can even take on h7, even this.
Yeah. He
King
has to check
takes,
with the
and
king.
then d take e5, and now
Yeah. Now you have this.
even if I change queens,
Yeah.
it's absolutely winning
Yeah,
because rook
yeah.
and bishop is not moving.
Yeah.
But
Very
it
nice.
should be made there somewhere.
But he played knight g5.
Knight g5, then queen
Queen
f4.
f4.
Rook on b8 now. It's knight takes c6,
Yeah.
queen takes b8 is the idea also. Yes.
Yeah.
Knight.
So
he play-
this thing here is important
yes.
as a possibility. So he played h3 again. He wants to attack
Some
you.
counterplay, yes.
Yeah.
But it's for me only.
Yeah.
G take h3, knight e7, rook g1, and finish the story.
Oh,
Resign.
very nice game. Very
Yes,
nice game.
yes.
Yeah. Very clean.
Clean.
Yeah,
That's
but-
it. That's it.
But this is the advantage for you. You had this opening.
Actually, this is a preparation.
Yeah, this preparation with
Knight b1 move.
yeah, and I think this move is not so easy to find.
Actually, it's the first line of engine. One of the first lines of
Yeah,
engine.
but if we
First
look
or
at
second, I
if we
think,
look
no?
at the games that has been played,
D takes e5 is more popular.
d takes b4,
Mhm.
h3,
Mhm,
a3, queen
mhm.
e2, bishop b5, and then only 14 games with knight b1. We can check here. It has been played.
I think the first one who played this, it was Vocaturo, the Italian grandmaster. I think so.
Yeah, we have a game here against Hovhannisyan
Yes, exactly.
in 19, so it's quite a new
Yes,
idea.
I think this is the first.
Yeah,
yes.
this is the first game.
Mhm, mhm.
So very good. Thank you very
That's
much.
it. Okay.
Thanks for the game.
Okay.
And how many points do you have now?
3.
3. So good
Okay.
luck. Good luck tomorrow.
Okay, thank
And
you.
I hope to see you here again with a game that is as beautiful as
The
this
similar
one.
one,
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Okay.
Okay,
So,
bye,
thank
Tom.
you very much.
Bye,
Bye. Okej, då ska vi kolla här på. Now we're going to check what's happening in the games. And we have, let's see. Yeah, we have the Trost game against Jordanov. And it seems that White keeps a small advantage, and this game is going to continue for a long time. So let's see. Yeah. So we can follow this for a while and see what's happening here. So the problem for Black here is that the position is sort of scattered. There are no good defenses around the king, and I think White has chances based on the bad Black king position. The White king is much safer with pawns on a3, b3 and c2, and the bishop on d3 is very important. This is the most important piece, or the most important pawn is on c2. So I would say that this is, in practice, excellent chances. But it's not without dangers, because let's say you exchange queens, suddenly the h pawn will be very strong and maybe Black is winning. So remove the queens and Black has an excellent game. But with the queens and the weak Black king, I would prefer to play White. Okay. So we go back. And here we have the game between Bartosz Soczko and Theodor Kenneskog. Kenneskog is a Stockholm player, local player. I think he's 28 years old. So rather more of a veteran in this tournament with all these young kids. But this position is not very good. He is under great stress here. I don't know if it's actually lost or if it's a draw, but White will play on forever. That's the problem, and he has much better time also. So I would give White good winning chances here. We can check what the evaluation bar says about this. Yeah, it gives an advantage, not too big, like half a pawn maybe. So I think some moves ago, White had a chance to win this game. Let's see. Yeah. Yeah. So the winning move in this position is actually to play for Zugzwang. You can do that in two ways. One is to play king h3, and the other is to play the slightly paradoxical h3. After h3, the game is very difficult for Black. Because if you play bishop to h7, then you can play, for instance, knight e7, and or maybe even better, maybe there was a better move here. What about check here? Yeah, this looks very strong. And then after this move, we have this. Knight goes to f7, and now the pawn is lost. And if you play this move, we have this fork winning the bishop. So that it's a little bit surprising that Soczko plays knight e7, because now I don't know if you play h3 now. Let's see what happens then. Yeah, then Black can actually keep the bishop here, I think. Is that true? No, then you have knight g8. Yes, that's not true. But bishop e6. Okay. Okay, now I see the point. After king h5, in this position, we can just go king f3. And we have counterplay against the white pawns. This very tricky ending, but in this position, there is a win with knight d6 or knight e7. No, sorry, after h3. Yes, after h3. Black is in Zugzwang, because if you play the bishop here now, then you have the check, winning the bishop. So it's very difficult to find a move here. And if you play king here, then we have this move. I would guess knight e7, bishop h7. Yeah. Let's see. Bishop h7. And now we can go to c6. Yeah, the problem now is that white threatens to go here and go here and attack this pawn. And if you win that pawn, it's over. So how can we stop that? We cannot go here because of knight e5. Wins the bishop. And if the king goes back, then we have this, I guess. Is this it? Is it? Or is it something else? Okay, so here we have there is a new move, knight c6. So we'll just analyze this position. Okay, knight c6, knight e5, the bishop e8. Yeah. It's very difficult to play for black here, almost Zugzwang all the time. So now if black would move the bishop somewhere like here, maybe you can even, yeah, then you just play knight here, yeah. So let's say this move, then we go here and it's over. So that's not playable, so you have to move the king. But if you go, maybe you can go here, king d5. It's not easy to analyze this. Okay, so we will leave this game now and we'll see what happens later on. Yeah. So this might be a time scramble in the end because they are playing very slowly now. Every move is so difficult. With all the threats against the king and so on. So you think for a very long time because you can still do that, but in the end you will get into a position where you don't have any time, and then we will see the mistakes coming. So I don't think this will be a draw. It will be a win or loss for both sides. So that is it. So So this is one of the games we've followed from the beginning, and White has had many chances to win this, but he has not found the right way. And now he's still better, but it's not much, and it's very easy to go wrong here. Yeah. So let's check this game again. So King E3 was played in this ending. Yeah. So let's see what the computer says. Yeah. Again, the computer says it's winning now for White with knight c4. Because you cannot go back to e4 because of check on d6, and after king d4, knight d6, and now you have to go to g6. If you play this move, then there's again this, we've seen this many times, winning the h-pawn. So instead, black has to play bishop g6, only move. And now it's actually possible to win with g4. Yeah, I was looking for this move for a long time. The point is, of course, that after taking, I guess you can play f5. King goes here, bishop goes here. Only move. And now just f5. Yeah, you have to stop it, and then, and this is easy win for White. What a tricky ending this is. But White has missed the win a couple of times before, so will he actually find knight c4 and this knight d6 and g4 idea? I would suspect that he does that. Usually when you play openings like endings like this, you slowly you understand exactly what's happening, and so you try different things, and you learn more and more about the position, and finally you will find the right way. Obviously it's very difficult to defend for black, but we can still go back. So in this position, we check with the computer. Yeah, this seems to be winning already. Yeah. Not surprising, this is actually winning. But in this position, the computer says that you could actually still save the game with this move. And after this, you go to f7, yeah. And White cannot really make progress. But this is the position. And there's only one winning move here, and that's knight c4 check. That's the only move that wins. King h3 or h3 will probably lead to a draw, or at least a drawn position. Yeah. So I think we are finished for today, and we will tell you tomorrow about what happened in this game. And if you want to follow it, you can just check Lichess. But the commentary ends here. I want to thank Jesper. He has left us. And it was a great round. See you tomorrow.